These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot.
Sketching, designing, a lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people and giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
It's taking a lot of the...
It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, boom, done.
Through design development.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you're not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo. Labo 8 feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know. Place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment, and of course all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our of our customers.
Being a part of Labo 8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Part of Labo 8 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join
Labo 8. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most for running my team, and we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine, do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great work actually. It's the people. The people make it.
The real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation, crazy at times, but it's never done.
Business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Stramed Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for Data Art. Data Art doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to Data Art's flexibility. Data Art's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. Data Art is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for Data Art and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join Data Art.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertainment thinking. Driven centricity, we create exciting digital entertainment experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved. To come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, we built an even greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Quip is an entertainment product like we've never built before. The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment: interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million app downloads, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile entertainment experiences. Imagine you're sitting in the movies and close your eyes. Welcome to FIO. Narrative storytelling on the next level, but for your ears only. The most immersive audio experience you've ever had. We are setting new content standards with audio storytelling, audio blockbusters, series, documentaries, and more. It's not another podcast, but an audio app unlike any other app. It's FIO. You think that's already crazy? Wait, there is one more thing. We are ready to put a smile on people's faces with comedy they love. With Smile, our new app, you can access the humor you love fast and easy. With a unique content discovery interface that allows you to switch seamlessly between short and long-form content. Finally, we'll bring together what belongs together. Users who love to see exclusive comedy content and talented artists on the rise. We are more innovative, more uncompromising, more creative than ever before. We're always driven by our obsession to create unseen entertainment experiences for our audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is entertainment thinking.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot.
Sketching, designing, a lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry. Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Lab 08 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Lab 08 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you gets your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Lab 08, you're not just an employee, you're
To work in Lab 8 feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. Small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our customers.
Being a part of Lab 8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place and being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Lab 8 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join Lab 8. We have cookies and great products.
UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent. And I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about. Across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team, and we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technology, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere. And we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Aha, Adrian, it says that we are live. So people supposed to see us. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to second day of the conference, JSTalks. So me and Adrian are really happy to welcome you and start the day on track 3. I will open the presentation. See you guys. Thank you. All good. So now we get a confirmation from other side. You can hear and can see us. I will share the presentation. And then, so let's kick. So welcome to the talk about the transforming the TV. We'll tell you our story, how we went from the classical one way consuming TV to more entertainment way where you as a consumers can affect what's happening on TV on the screen. So today agenda, we go through our story. We're gonna tell you who Adrian and me and our learnings. What did we take from there? So first of all, and now just click doesn't work. Yes, me and Adrian. I am Pavlo. I am Chief Technology Officer from 7-1 Entertainment Group. Adrian.
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. Yeah, my name is Adrian Kuhlemand. I'm Head of Foundation Data Engineering. Doing everything with API stuff and whatever comes to technology.
Yeah, and we're gonna split the presentation. First, you're gonna hear me talking a bit what we're doing overally, and then Adrian gonna take into the details because he doesn't want to steal his show. I'm not writing code for many years, so it's all the fame should be his. And then we close it with a conclusion, just to explain how two speakers today will work. Yes, so first of all, what is 7-1 Entertainment? 7-1 Entertainment Group is actually a subsidiary of ProSieben, and ProSieben is one of the biggest privately owned public private TV broadcasters in Germany. We own over 15 different TV channels and operates mostly, I would say, in the DACH region, so Austria, Germany, and Swiss. And we do our video productions and do all the marketing, making our films and try to distribute them across the world. Yes, and why we're here? Because we also, since 2019, have our office in Sofia, in Bulgaria, and we're working with PS Interactive. And yeah, I mean, for last 3 years now, it was a roller coaster where actually our office grew to more than 50 people, and we have many teams focusing on all the consumer products. Building web, mobile, and do a lot of other interesting things. And now we're gonna talk and focus more what exactly we did, so that we'll try now inspire you guys, girls. So who we are in a nutshell. So we supporting and providing the backbone for the video. And if you think about there's a linear TV, so what you watch on TV, and there's a part of our company, that's our unit, that focusing on non-linear part. So everything that is consumer products, mobile apps, smart TV, websites, big screens, over-the-top set-top boxes, and so on. And we providing all the end-to-end infrastructure. So from the video stream playout to actually all the interactions. And so really complicated, interesting chain over, I think we're supporting now over 10 different platforms in overall. And in the future, we're gonna scale. So in a nutshell, in data, we in monthly basis provide more than 1,500 hours of video, distribute 4,000 assets because we also do the small clip cutting. And if you think all the video productions that ProSieben is producing in the end ends up somewhere on YouTube, Amazon Prime, and other distribution partners. We servicing 40,000 terabytes of video stream on data because we provide high definition streams and people like to watch it. And we have excellent playout, 1.2 seconds, where the competitors have a bit slower. So we have super optimized video playout, and player experience. And yes, 24/7 live streams. In total, if you just count all the live streams, it would be 110 live streams right now. Yes, now I want to talk from the consumption and interaction. As I mentioned, there's the two types, at least in the world, if you take a scale from left to right. One way is consumption, where consumers don't have any possibility to impact what's happening on TV. From another perspective, you have a totally different specter is interaction, and would be gaming consoles where you in 100% in control what's happening on TV. And we thought in some point like, okay, how can we take it and position our entertainment somewhere in between, so that you're not fully interactive like playing PlayStation, or not just watching TV and cannot do nothing about it. And that's where idea come out about the interactive formats. But interesting fact that actually the idea is not new, because I don't know how it was in Bulgaria, but at least in Ukraine, because I'm come from Ukraine, we had, and in Germany in this case, we had a show called Hugo. There's a licensed show from Denmark in 90s, where kids could call to the studio, and then the hosts at studio will ask the kids to switch their phone to the tone or signal mode, and then they play the game. So with for example, here on the screen, you see arrow 4 or arrow 6. 4 goes to the left, 6 goes to the right, and I believe 0 was to break or something like that. I don't remember the concept. And the kids could actually, so I would say it was a Twitch format, because one person calls to the studio and then a million people then at morning watching how this person is doing, and you of course couldn't comment, but that was a first invention of doing the Twitch. But it was really complex if you think about it, and if to believe Wikipedia, the company spent more than 100,000 euros in the time to build the hardware, probably was a physical hardware, to decode the tone signal from the phone, and then connect it and apply it to the game called Hugo, so that things are happening. Plus, it was 90s, so depends how they watched it, either through cable or satellite. There could be up to 30 seconds of latency, and 30 seconds of latency when you do the interactive show, it's or especially the game is all about don't hit the wall and try to avoid it. It's probably plays a big role. So we believe that it was not so great experience, but for everybody else it was fun, because you switch on and then you can comment, and in this case, like Alexander from Puchheim, he probably failed, and everybody like, he doesn't know how to play the game. Next time I will be better. I'm just gonna call to the studio and do it. But the classical way, what the TVs are doing normally, they say that's too complex, let's just create a number and people can call it, or send SMS, because in the end of the day, all this, as you can see, really small text, costs some money, and there's additional revenue streams that companies and telcos are doing behind the scene. And we thought like, okay, but how can we change it? How can we apply the experience from the 90s? Now the technology has evolved. And the colleagues, and that's why also Adrian, because Adrian was part of the starting team, thought, okay, let's take one of the platform. In this case, it was web, and introduce and take one of the shows like Germany, The Voice of Germany, and see what's happened. So designer teams went in a room with developers, with product managers, did the concept. I don't know, after many hours of drinking coffee and so on, they come up what's should be fun for consumers to see and play. And they did a gamification and did a small promotions for it. And interesting fact, it's actually generated a huge load. So there was a lot of video views, there's a lot of impact. And the interesting fact, the users who actually interacted with this website, they later, sorry for the noise, they later watched twice more videos than the users or consumers who actually never appeared there. And since us being a public or privately owned private TV broadcaster, the monetization model is on advertisement. I don't know if you have some state-owned TV channels in Bulgaria. I know in other countries, if you own Vice TV, normally everything's sponsored and there's no advertisement. And in a private TV companies, you need to make somehow revenue, and the revenue all comes from the advertisement. And so the twice video view consumption, of course, twice advertisement that you can sell, and therefore there's a twice more business. And we thought like, wow, so if it's happening like this on a web and just a small A/B test, you can say, or like MVP, what will they do if we take some another major show and oops, sorry. Oh, I overclicked. What's happening? Stop. Yes, so if you take one of our major shows and apply the learnings, and the next one was the Masked Singer, or in some point where we already built a proper app. Actually, the team mostly was built from the colleagues in Bulgaria, in Sofia. We took the app, we provided a possibility for people to guess. I don't know if you know the concept of the show. So there's a lot of celebrities that come in the costumes. They do the songs. Most of the time, they don't know how to sing because it's probably celebrities from other industries than singing industry. And people every day voting to say who was the worst. Yeah, and the person who was performing the worst in the end of the show need to take the mask off, and everybody like, it was Angela Merkel or something like that. But in reality, it was really fun because then we gave possibility to users to go to the app and also do the interactions and say, hey, guess who is there? And there was some kind of free text search, celebrity search. And that's why I mentioned Angela Merkel, because she was the most voted celebrity that people anticipated. Since she is now changing her profession, maybe we're going to invite her to the next season. Who knows? Because now I think she can publicly appear on the shows like Masked Singer. And it's generated a lot of buzz, a lot of learnings, a lot of social media stuff. There was a million unique users, monthly unique users. It's generated a lot of interest part. And we said like, wow, that's actually a cool story. But a cool story always comes with some interesting tweak. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a story that you guys would be interested in. And imagine, since it's all interactions and you have 5-10 million people watching the show, and then the host, like in a Masked Singer, saying, hey, now you can take your handy and vote out your favorite or unfavorite character from the show. What will happen? In most cases, you have like something like DDoS attack. 5 million people reaching out to the phone. Most of them never actually had any account with ProSieben, so they go into the registration forms, they need to do the registration. Another half probably had, luckily. Then they go right away in the voting, and all our infrastructure underneath is just blowing, because it's all happened in reality within the 30 seconds latency. Depends how you watch. In a cable, you have a straight TV with no latency, but then could be satellite, or if you're watching it online from the web, there could be 30 seconds latency. And imagine things not working. Of course, no one gonna tolerate it, and there's no possibility to fix it. Yeah, because it's really no man land. So what do? We always, of course, have some fallback solutions that we in advance discuss with our producers. These shows are important. An interesting fact, I don't know how many of you come from the TV industry, but TV industry normally, especially for the live formats, normally they have also concept of redundancy. And they have up to 3 light engineers taking care of one light pole. For example, when doing the show, one of the light engineer need to go to the toilet. Another one accidentally was hit by electricity and cannot perform, then the third one can actually save the show. And therefore, they're also expecting something like that from engineering, saying, hey, we're doing it, why you guys not doing it? And we said, hey, of course we're doing it too. We have a concept of incident management and other things a long time before it's happened. Another part was war rooms doing the shows. We started actually from the war rooms. It was before COVID, it was first shows in 2019, where teams would physically meet in specific location in the office and go through the show with a pizza. Shows normally start at 8 and finish at 11 German time, so they would go through the evenings. But in some point, you generate fatigue, because the shows, actually, it's our core business, so they happen in every week. And if you do war rooms every week, then you probably need to have a spare team. One team that do stuff in the business hours, and then another team that's sitting with a pizza and Coke every evening on the shows, and it's not really scalable. So then redundancy, consistency I mentioned already. Then we went into idea more of let's start pre-scaling infrastructure and automate everything. I think would be a next bullet point. Yes, saying before the show starts at 5 o'clock, for example, we go and try to warm up all the caches that possible. Try to, according to our learnings before, because the traffic is spiky, so it's not expected. All your elasticity in your AWS or any other client provider cannot really handle it, because it's not really expected to have such the DOS within 1 second or within the 30 seconds, where you think there could be some stable traffic of couple hundred million requests, and then you go like over trillion requests within the same 30 seconds, and then infrastructure is like, oh, give up, because it's not enough to spin up all the instances to process the requests. And yeah, one of the simplest part was actually in the end what work is simplicity. We thought simple architecture and simplicity are scalable. So the stateless you can go, the more if you store clever and do this stuff right and really simple, it scales really easily. When you have a complicated macro architecture with a lot of coupling, with a lot of dependency, that's not really scalable, because then you always have a lot of nuts and possibilities where the infrastructure can fail. And now I will probably I will in a second. Next slide I will pass to Adrian. Yes, as I said, if you think about the flow, interaction flow, how it works, it's simple. Yeah, cannot imagine it. You have a second screen experience, mobile phone or website. You send the magic request to the cloud, and then it appears to the show. Reality, it's a bit different. There is a lot of security concepts, how the show itself, how the studio infrastructure are decoupled for any public network, because nobody wants to have some inappropriate content during the live shows appearing on TV that is not needed. So therefore, of course, TV guys, when you start working with them, they put an operator that then manually need you to take all the things from a cloud, let's say, abstract, oversimplifying it, but bear with me, and then type it back into video interfaces, for example, at TV, so that people who watch TV can actually see that something happening or changing. And that's, of course, a huge latency. And we all, in the modern days, low latency, probably eventual consistency, and so on, in order to have the scalable infrastructure. So therefore, this approach did not really work. And after a couple of iterations, we thought, how can we improve it? And yeah, architecture is simple, as I said. So there's nothing really interesting you could see from the start. You have app with the storage. You have if service, it's the voting. It's a name for our voting service. And then you have some webhooks that do the triggering the interactions. And therefore, now, Adrian, now it would be your turn to step in. Will you share the screen, or should I click through?
I would say you share and just go on then. So
okay,
thank
good.
You, Pablo, for handing over. Yeah, as Pablo mentioned, I mean, we're trying to bring the digital experience with the interactions on a new level. So simplicity is the key, and also like not having always war rooms and people sitting on that. So that means we have to optimize. And therefore, like, at least for the interactions, we have more or less 3 goals. So the one thing is, like, we want to enhance our shows with the digital interactions like we never did before. That means, like, people should participate, should be part of the show, and they can really make a difference in the show. So for example, all those candidate shows where you can vote for your favorite singer, and then this one is either in the next round or is kicked out, and this is really engaging. So we have to really see how we can support our television shows with really cool interactions. The next thing, it should be modular. So that means we have shows, for example, like some talk shows and stuff, where maybe interactions is something that you can also not plan directly. So that means depending on how the show is running, you maybe want to ask the one or the other question on interaction. So that means we need some interface where you can simply generate new interactions and play it out to the audience. This is what we have, a tool that's called Dave, that is like something that is enhancing Eve, but I will show you later on. And yeah, the third one is it should be fun for the audience. So it means also in terms of how it is integrated in our products. It should be really something where people say, hey, this is cool. That's really fun to participate in. So yeah, how could it look like? Actually, I mean, we have a whole bunch of apps, but this is like maybe all good, Pablo. Yeah, so this kind of video. So you have the applications, for example, like you're scrolling inside of our apps, and then like you see, okay, there is some live interactions, there's some questions popping up where you can take part, and then you like can click on those interactions, having a simple poll, for example, and yeah, make your voice, and you can like participate in this live show, watch it, and yeah, do all the cool interactions, do it. So on the next screen, at least, like you see, yeah, I mean, should be nice integrated. There is a whole bunch of things how it could look like. This is just one example. I mean, we have simple polls. We have also like this candidate voting that looks a little bit different because like you have images or videos from the candidates and things. And yeah, all in all, yeah, we want to not only have the interactions in the applications for the users, but also the other part is how to play out the results from the voting also to television. So one of our goals was also to integrate those interactions directly into TV overlays. As Pavel mentioned, in the past, for many shows, it's really like, okay, there was some telephone voting, for example. In some system, there are numbers, and then like to have those numbers on television, someone is really writing down the numbers in a graphics system, generates nice graphics out of it, and then it could be taken into the live signal. But this is something that really seems like, okay, we should automate this. Yeah? So this is one of the approaches that we want to tackle. So with our new online tool that we call Dave, we have the possibility that you can really create your own interactions, so on demand. Actually, yes, it is complex, but we need to have it as easy as possible because like we don't want to have a lot of people running this all the time and supporting. It should be something that the guys from TV can really use on their own. So actually, we have this system called Eve, and we added another layer to it. It's Dave, like it's extending our Eve interface, and Dave technically is the user interface for driving those interactions and creating new things. So far, it was like the applications that were running Eve. There were some custom implementations. We're currently working on SDKs, so it's not there for all cases, but currently we're working on that to have really also SDKs for iOS, Android, and web, so that the integration in our products becomes way easier. For example, like we have some web SDKs. It's kind of 2 lines of code that you add into a website, and it brings everything like the UIs, some custom UIs pops up. It has the connection to some web service. That means like you're starting application, it's connecting to some service, and whenever something happens in Eve, so you can trigger, say, okay, something happens, all the applications get notified instantly and everything pops up. And another one is like having this connection to television. Yes, so actually what it looks like is like the consumer is doing their votes. It's like somewhere stored in the cloud and some services. And then we automatically transfer all those data in real time back to the studio infrastructure. So we have connected our systems to the graphic interfaces from our live television production. And in the next step, like it's then the operator just like picks the data. So it's more like, okay, now I want to show it. It's not like typing down some numbers or doing something. It's already there. It's generated. They just have to put it in wherever they want to have it in their show. So actually, Dave is a simple interface, and yeah, you can manage and create all those interactions. So to give you some idea how it looks like, actually, it somehow looks like a gyro bot. So what you see here is you have, for example, the show Zervakis and Opnövel, which is kind of a talk show where they have politicians and people having on the show and have some talks and stuff. And actually, like in gyro, kind of, you have a lot of lanes. So first lane is like vorbereitet, which means planned. Then you have active lane, expired, and comments. And how to create a new interaction. So let's assume you're in the show, a politician is like saying some statement and saying, okay, people might think this and that, and then like the host of the show, they think, okay, maybe let's ask the audience. It's something that's probably not planned. It's just because of this statement. So how to set up an interaction spontaneously? Actually, kind of, it's 2 clicks. First of all, like you click the plus button and then you get some interaction flow. So you get some interfaces with some preview. It's asking you what kind of interaction you want to drive. In this case, for example, text voting, you can have some headlines and some answer possibilities. For example, in this case, you think politicians should earn more money, and yes or no. And then you can create the poll. You just click create, and more or less, that's it. So in the next step, you see like this created interaction is in the left side column on the plant. And yeah, how to get it to the customers then? Well, the thing is, you just take this item. You just take this item and you just drag it over to active. So exactly. And so if you set it to active, what happens is all the clients get notified. They get this kind of webhook connection thingy saying, hey, voting is starting now. It's popping up in their applications. So this looks like the following thing, I think. Yes, so this looks like this, for example. Yeah, so someone just dragged it over to active, and like all the clients get notified. Everything pops up on the client's phone or on our customer's phone. They get the question, should politicians earn more money? Yes, no. And you can say, yeah, maybe, or no. And then in the next step, like the operator of the show or of those dashboard thingy here of the interaction can directly see what's happening. So in this case, you see it's like 340,000 votes coming in, and 78% of the people say no. You can directly see what is happening, what is there, and like the next important thing for this thing is like, how can I show it to the audience in live TV? So to do so, you have some buttons in this interaction. One button is called Studio, and the other one is called, in this case, Bauchbinde, which means it's the TV overlay. So you can simply activate it. You can say, okay, I want to show this voting now and the television. You activate the toggle. The information is sent to our graphic interface from the TV production, and there we have some templating system that's like generating templates for a certain show and the theming of the show. And it's sending all the data, and it's showing up in television and shows this result of the poll. It's not only a static graphic, it's an interactive graphic. So that means every 5 seconds or something, we always send the new updates of the interactions. So it means this thing will change, and so people can really live and instantly see what's really going on. Yeah, so besides the interactions, there's also something that was always requested is, for example, also comments. So also, for example, having the talk show, it's always important for like for that people can ask questions to the studio guest, or like to see the reactions, how people interact with the show, how people what statements they have. So one of the demands was also like, can we have comments? So and we have comments, a comment section in our applications, but for sure also Twitter is something that's still pretty prominent. And so we also have an importer in this system. So we're importing things from Twitter and from our apps and from other services as well. And actually there is no view that I can show here, but there is kind of a section where you have all the comments, and then somebody can pre-select and say, okay, this comment is probably relevant for the show. They can mark it. And then like you get this right-hand column. And this is like the pre-selected comments. And here it's kind of the same. Also for the comments, you have those toggles saying, for example, studio or Bauchbinde or this TV overlay. And you can say, okay, I want to ask this question now to the studio guest. So you have the toggle and you can click on it, and it will show up in the LED studio wall inside of the studio. And I think that's the next slide. Yeah, this is what it, for example, looks like. So with a click of button, it will show up in the studio directly on the LED wall. Also, again, themed in the theme of the show. And yeah, without the only thing that the operator did is just clicking a button. That's not only working for comments, that's also working for example, those poll results. Yeah, if you have like some polls. So this is a screenshot from this show, Erwachsenenopnövel. It's a live screenshot from there. Like people were asking a question, and you see like the results coming in, and during it's showing up here, also numbers might still change as long as the voting is not closed. So The thing we're currently also working on is like to get this thing more modularized. So currently we have something, this creating new voting is like it's always kind of a flow. For example, it could consist of multiple screens. So for example, like if you have a text voting saying, okay, you think this is true or false or whatever, usually it's something like you maybe need some pre-screen before it, so explain what it's about. Or let's assume it's a candidate voting. You first of all maybe have a visual interaction pre-screen telling you what you can do with this interaction, then you have the interaction itself, and then probably you have a sequel. So that means after you have voted, for example, for your favorite candidate, you see a post from this candidate saying, hey, thank you. And we're currently working on having this whole thing not only like in this small flow here, but also like chaining multiple interactions. So, and yeah, all in all, it's like we're having SDKs that are integrated in the applications. We have the connection to TV in multiple stages with directly interactions to the studio, to the live TV signal. And we can define in a nice dashboard, let's say, okay, show this one, then another question, show some results, some maybe advertisement in between. You see there's a whole bunch of options that we can show. And yeah, so the key is simplicity and having our TV colleagues to provide them some really simple interfacing and fail-proof way how to start interactions with not many people involved in also doing this whole thing spontaneously. As I said, like on a political talk show, you can now just say, okay, let's do a quick poll. Yeah, so now I can probably hand over back to you, Pavlo, and so you can tell something about our learnings.
Now back from attic, from Adrian to my basement. And I know I saw some photos that it's really great that a lot of you actually came to the talk and you can do conferences in person. It's pretty interesting because we're now going into the second lockdown in Germany, in Munich, due to the cases going really up. But nevertheless, so for all the people who viewing us, I want to share our learnings and what we learned during this past, because there's some interesting ideas. Second. To return the focus on the slides. Yes, first of all, really classical problem. We thought from the technical perspective when we started this venture, we thought like, how can we do the cool feature? Which platform do we use? We actually tried like also not necessarily web or mobile. We in some point even integrated in smart TVs like Android TV or Apple TVs, and people get actually cool experience when the Bauchbinder or the line or something, some pop-ups during the show, and they can actually take the remote control and do the voting and interactions with remote control. It's really cool. But later, I would say this year, especially, we learned that the right way was to start with TV guys. Go to your colleagues, go to the studio, and because they are creative minds behind the shows. They are spending years and years of their career trying to figure out how to entertain people. And actually, by just going to talking to them, and in this case, I guess we just started from the wrong customer, because we thought our customers, our consumers, were in reality our customers was the TV guys. We just needed to ask them, so how can we make it even more engagement? Because after talking with them, we could evolve, we could add additional formats, we could add try the idea with not only live shows but pre-recorded shows, and I will talk about it a bit later. But that's exactly what Adrian showed, Dave. It's an evolution of the systems that we first did to more complex system with a self-managed system, with actually a live system that can do things without any human interactions, because all the things you can do pre-configured and you give it to the studio guys and then it works. Second part was involving our colleagues. Fun fact, we explain them as I talked about process of redundancy. When they do the live shows, they have 3 operators, 3 light operators, engineers, whatever. The same, they ask, so how do we do it technically? And we explain them that we prescale in infrastructure. For us, it's important when we releasing a new application that they up to date. So that's a morning show in Germany called TAF, TAF, one of the shows. Yes, they have morning show. I'm sorry for confusing. And in a days of a week when we have the major shows with the live interactions, they every morning repeat and say, hey, look, on Saturdays there will be Masked Singer. So today we actually have a final of the Masked Singer this season in Germany. And they remind people, please check, make sure that you updated your app. So, and it actually generates us more because, you know, if on the first voting people go and try to use the app, and app actually go like pop up saying, oh, sorry, it's not up to date, some APIs might change under the knee, so they cannot vote. That's not really cool user experience. So by just involving them, we could generate it even more video views and interactions. Another part of the game was also interesting. When we start talking to our producers, they all are really creative people. So we said, how can we improve it in more? And they said, oh, you need a trailer. So they generated a trailer. They start promoting using them in a time. And for me, it looks pretty cool. And that's generate even more buzz. And think if we just would continue doing our journey without involving anyone, how we did it in the past, just on our own, we probably would never be on this conference, for example, talking about it as a super successful product. And I know from the industry that many colleagues, different channels in different countries tried these ideas. But I believe the difference that we did in this time, that we then collected the data, took the data during decision, and then we went to the TV guys and say, we need your help. How can we improve it even more? We see something is happening there, but we don't know how to do the next step. And then together with the TV guys, with the producers, we actually make it even bigger. So it was really cool story of just working together. Yeah. And another fun fact, and that's what I mentioned, we, with the Dave and the current situation, we also prove the concept that it's not only working for live TVs, doing the live shows, but it also works well for the pre-recorded formats. For example, the morning shows, they could throw some question and some open topic to discuss with the audience at morning on Friday. And then we have all Friday and Saturday in an app available possibility for users to go and answer it. And then next morning on Saturdays, they can pick up and collect the topics and talk about it. And it actually also generates a lot of interaction, and people feel like, wow, now we're working together in the same team with the hosts or the show. Yes. And in the end of the day, as I said, we did inspiration of, since we already had something to show to our video producers or TV guys, we call them TV guys, I don't know, it's really TV people, let's say, TV folk. We had already the Voice of Germany, the web part we tried, we came to the major people, asked them to click it through, to try it, and they're like, oh, cool, now I can do the interactivity, because what they want to do is to enrich the story, to make it a really cool experience for everyone who watching it. And they said, whoa, but now you need to deliver. And the next step was to actually build in robust applications that work, reliable, and can support our business. And yeah, we can say that 90% it was done in Bulgaria. So probably if it would be some product, it would say designed in Germany, created in Bulgaria, there would be such sign. So it works till now, and actually for last 3 years keep growing and getting bigger and bigger. And yeah, as I said, we also saw that people love it, because not only producers love it. We started with the consumers, and we went to the customers, in this case producers, and then we came back with a kind of B2B, B2C product back to the market. And we see that our consumers continuously love it. There's a lot of buzz. Reason why Adrian mentioned Twitter. Every time we have some shows, you could really see what works, what not. And we also collected feedback and inspiration. What can we do the next? What worked this time? What can we do different next time? And yes, they allow to be empowered to all the engagement and all the interaction, all the video part. We know that it works. And I just... enabling producers, digital experience. Yeah, sorry, now I remember. One part I unfortunately cannot show. Lately, our company asked not to show some public numbers and talk only in relative, but there was some interesting learnings that we come up, that doing the shows, by having these applications or fun worlds or interactivity available in web, mobile, or any other. And especially, by the way, going with Adrian into the SDK way, now it's platform agnostic. So now you can go and vote in a web. You can just reach ProSieben website and vote there, or you have a pop-up or separate section in your ProSieben app, or it could be in the future back to the big screen and TVs and you can choose whatever you want. Plus, in addition, you still can do SMS voting, and then it all goes together, consolidates, and provides the feedback, live feedback, and affects stuff on TV and also to operators or in the studio. And we saw that doing the shows when we held this, like week, normally it's a season's shows, happens every Saturday for 4 weeks in a row. So it's a one season. There's some kind of competition happens till you have the winner in the end of the day. And while we have this product, the engagement and the amount that video on demand that people consume dedicated to the show, it's like tripled. And in the past, we never had such product in the marketplace. So therefore, we always lose all that monetization opportunities. And it's just an idea that when the consumers love something that you do, you also can afterwards monetize it and bring money. And then, because in the end of the day, we are private business, we also need to generate revenues. But it's actually a pretty cool use case. So we show that by building something that everybody else love, we can actually make a bigger business, and then does it flywheel scale it bigger and bigger and bigger. Yes, sorry for not showing. I had before some fancy slide with the KPIs and numbers, but then our PR team asked not to show it. Yes, and producers, as I said, after they start working with Adrian and his team, they generate a lot of cool ideas. They generate cool experience that later even enrich and help us to try the new formats like recorded shows. Yes, so not only live, but also recorded formats. And yeah, user growth, all our KPIs by providing the simple product, by moving it from the classical consumption to more interaction, actually generate a cool user growth. So we get more and more people using our digital products. And I think consumption is moving slowly from classical linear TV to video on demand and to the digital sources. And we supporting with such product like what Adrian presented with the Dave and so on, and interactivity. We support our user growth, we support user retention, we support people who love our shows. There's a special fan base for the different shows in Germany. And yes,
yeah,
so
especially for all the candidate-based votings. I mean, we have a lot of shows like those singing shows. We have really a strong fan community out there from people that really love the artists and thing, and so they're really highly engaged and also like voting their favorite singers to the next round and interact with the show. And so yeah, that's a really cool thing, I would say.
Yes, so learnings in a nutshell: start from TV, inspired by prototypes, gain trust by delivery, so it's really important. Be part of the editorial team, and consumer loves the second screen experience. It's pretty cool. And I want to say, me and Adrian want to say thank you. And I guess now we have a perfect timing for the questions. So thank you for coming today at morning at Saturday and listening to this talk. I hopefully we managed to entertain you, since it's our motto. We're allowed to entertain you.
We just got the information that there will be no questions in this session, but thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, everyone. Then have a wonderful Saturday and enjoy all the rest of the day with the talks and JSTalks. So it was Adrian and Paolo for JSTalks. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Oh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Lab08 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Lab08 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Lab08, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Lab08.
Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for all of our customers.
Being a part of Labo8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo8 is something I can easily describe with 2 words: pure joy.
Join Labo8. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Group is a stock listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers. Or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Dobre, super.
Hello, everybody. I seem to be getting feedback that I'm on live already. Hello. I'd like to say, how are you? And here you say, we are good. So I'm imagining that right now, the whole crowd saying, we are good. The whole crowd of 2 people that are watching, I guess. Hello and welcome to this presentation workshop about optimizing Angular. Before we start with introductions and so on, I would like the people that are going to follow along, and I urge each and every one of you to do that, because we're going to be touching Angular code that has performance issues and are going to make it less, we're going to make it more performant, not less performant. So in order to do that, you can follow the link that the host just sent in the chat. It should look like this. Yeah, right here. Or I'm going to show it on top of my camera right here. So go ahead and follow this link or the one from the chat. Clone the repo and do npm install, and because that will take some time, I guess, and then we can all be on the same page and start looking at this Angular application. All right, so optimizing Angular. The thing to optimize with Angular usually is, or I should say my experience has been that usually there are 2 main topics that we need to discuss when optimizing Angular. The topmost is the Angular change detection cycle. And here you can see, and I'm looking at the README file from that repository that I just shared. You can also open it like that and follow along, or just watch me do it. For the tasks that are described, you'll need to open it, so go ahead and do that. Okay, so back to the performance. Performance is the thing that people perceive. And when they perceive that the site that they're clicking on is not doing anything, they perceive slow performance. And on the level of Angular components, the main thing that hinders performance is the change detection cycles. And if there are more change detection cycles than necessary, the CPU is going to have to do more work and do all that work on the main thread, because as we all know, JavaScript is single-threaded, and Angular, the DOM and the renderer, they all share the thread. And if Angular is hogging it, if saying, hey, I need to do some more calculations and some more and some more and some more, then the rendering never happens. And as you can see, the change detection cycle is a very nice visualization. The change detection cycle originates from a component. Oh, yeah. What can we do about that? I'm getting here that the quality of sharing is very bad. Can the admin do something about that? Maybe if I stop my camera? Yeah, let's try that. Okay, we'll restart and see if that improves stuff. Чуваш ли ме? Супер. Добре, може да почваме, когато си готов. Super. All right. I guess we're back. I'm told that the quality is better now. I switched network and machine, so let's hope everything is better. Thanks for the confirmation. Thank you. All right. So as I was talking, we perceive performance, and what performance looks like in the context of Angular is do not do change detection cycles that you don't need to. And the other thing that we often do is, in order for the application to load faster, we make the initial component, that initial module that loads, as small as possible. So we don't put all the stuff that we don't need in the initial load. We let it load as lazily as the people need it. So for this performance workshop, we don't have time to do the second part, the loading stuff. I encourage you to go ahead and follow the slow loading tasks down here. They are kind of step by step. Well, every one of you should be able to do that, easily. There are tools that can help us, like this is the Webpack build analyzer, bundle analyzer, I should say, and others. And of course, I've added a lot of links down here to relevant documentation and so on. So going back up, we are going to start with the first task, which is leveraging the track by from the ng4 directive. And what I'd like to do here is I will show you the application. It's running already, or is it? There we go. So when you do, get the GitHub repo, you clone it, and then npm install and npm start, you should see the screen. I've used this application called Conduit for, mainly for the second part, for loading of modules. For the first part, there are a couple of buttons up here that take you to each of the tasks, task track by, task on push, task debounce, and so on and so forth. There's one more that's described down here at the third position of under low performance title. And after I show that, and after I showed the solution, I'm going to give you time, like 10 minutes, to try it out, and then give feedback if there was an issue, or you want to discuss something, or any other questions pop up. So let's start with the performance track by. What we have here, the application, is kind of an articles application, and these tasks are simulating admin panel of the tasks, or stuff that might be in the admin panel. For this example here, I'm saying, hey, show a small section of the article, just a preview, and use 50 characters for each of the articles, and I can control how wide the article preview is by saying, hey, go ahead and update with 60 or with 70. I can also use this control to say the step with which to increase. So now it's going to be 67. So all of this is kind of a application that you might not write ever. The goal of it is to focus on the ng4 and show you how you can optimize it. And in this case, the code. Just in here. Just a second, sorry. As I told you, I switched machines and now I'm doing stuff live, which is always nice, right? Never an issue with that. All right, there we go. I hope everybody can see. I'll do a bit of zooming here. And the way I structured the code here is that every this is not right, sorry. Optimizing Angular. So the way I've structured code is for every task of the performance on the component level, there is a separate folder. So there is the task debounce, task listener, task on push, and task track by, and they have each of them has kind of a similar, but also not really similar, also different structure. And what we do here is each of those components focuses on a single aspect of optimizing code with Angular. So there's the track by component, and it invokes the article list. The dimensions control all those buttons I showed you earlier. The track by articles list, we can show that. And what it does is say, hey, for each of the articles, go ahead and create an up article component. And then in the up article component, we have this logic that every time that an article component is created, instantiated, we increment the instances count, and is what we actually show at the start of each component, the count plus the text. So the count is actually this current component instance count. And this is for every instance, we increment the count. So that's to say that here we have created 56 instances of this article component. And this one is the 56th, this one is the 66th, and there, they have been created for every interaction, because every time that we change the article dimensions, this list gets updated. This list gets updated. So ng4 goes ahead and says, hey, let me check the new instance A with the previously displayed on screen and see if they are referentially equal. Referentially, as in, does this reference point to the same place in memory? So for when changing the article dimensions, we are actually creating a new object, and since that's not the same reference, Angular says, okay, I'm going to destroy the previous component that was in this place, 67, and then create a new component on top of it, which is now 78. And this takes a lot of time. And in this example, it's kind of a not natural. I've made it so that it takes a lot of time for this component to do its ng-do check using this long operation here, which is kind of something that I found to be slow using the accessing the DOM, and I'm accessing it quite a lot here. So this is to show that if you have a component which is kind of largish, and it does a lot of stuff when it instantiates and does its ng-do check or ng-on init, like in this case, on ng-on init we do this long operation, and if that's the case, there might be an exit for you. And what we can do is say, hey, I know that every time I'm changing this, I know that every time I'm changing the width of this article, I need to draw it. So, okay, we need to change the component at least. But I don't want to have a new component drawn. I just want to use the same component. And using ng4, there is a way for us to do that. Here you can kind of read through the task and notice and see what's going on. And what we can do is go ahead and in this article component add a property which is a track by function of article. So this track by a function, this is a type that comes from Angular. Let me copy paste this real quick and say, hey, I want to have an article slug, and I want it to be of type by function, and it says, I don't know what this type is, so I can say, okay, import it from the core, and say this equals a function, and you can see that here we have typed it, and that's unexpected. And the second component of this is using the second parameter of this is saying, okay, I expect an article. So that's what we're going to use. The index is not interesting for us, so I'll just say lowercase I and return to me the slug of the article. And we get IntelliSense in time because we have typed it here using the generic track by function of article. So now this property, or a lambda function also, this property function, we can go ahead and say, hey, you know what? Well, this is not the correct place. I need to do it in the article list component. You know what? This already here, all right. So for the track by, I'm going to add a second argument for the ng4. There's another also, you can use track function, I think it's called. Either way works. So I'm going to say, hey, track by equals article slug. All right, so at this point, what we're telling Angular is saying, hey, when you are comparing the previous A and the current A from the new collection, go ahead and use this function. And whatever this function returns, use that as comparison. And for the slug is kind of an ID, so it doesn't change. So Angular says, okay, this ID is the same as the previous, so I'm not going to create a new component. I'm going to use the already existing one. And this looks, I have a article equals A. What's this here? Well, it's not, the syntax is wrong, of course. So this, okay, there we go. Okay, we are now up. And what happens now is that our app has reloaded and we managed to do stuff quite a bit faster now, which is to say we are not recreating the same components over and over again because we don't need it. We don't need those new instances. All right, so I'm going to give you guys and girls 5 minutes. Let's try to replicate that and reflect on in the chat window if there's any issues that you're experiencing or any questions that you have. To reiterate, starting on the low performance, follow the steps here one by one, do the stuff and see that change in the application. Troszeczkę nie da. So, everyone, please don't be shy. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask them in the chat window. There's not a lot of us, so I'll be able to, answer each and every question easily. Maybe I should ask, does anybody have any issues with cloning the repository or, starting the application like that? All right. So, let's move on. I got a couple more things to show you. I got a couple more things to show you. So, next thing on the list is the on-push performance. If we go back up here to the to this wonderful image, if we want to isolate, let's say, this part on the right of the component tree, we can say, hey, on this component up here on the right, use the on-push change detection, and then only when the inputs of that component or inputs for async pipe are changed, only then the component will be rendered. And again, if we go to the on-push task, again there is the preview of the article. In here, we can zoom into the article, basically open it up and say what's behind you. And every time we do that, we count the number of change detection cycles and we write them in front of the component. And there's a very interesting reason why the first component has double the number of change detection cycles. You can read more about it in the task itself. It's to do with the fact that Angular does a second change detection run in order to see if the changes are stable or they continue changing. And if they do, it shows us that expression has changed after it has been checked there, which we all love. But it only does it for the first component in the series. And here we also have kind of a search functionality, which allows you to go ahead and write stuff, and it's going to search for articles. And I'm saying search, it's in air quotes, because for this particular application, we have downloaded some articles, and they are searched from memory, from a JSON file. So it's not really search as in hitting the server, but the main thing is that we are seeing here again performance degradation. All those components, they do change detection cycles because this here input field emits events. So in our image here, that means that our search is emitting an event, and it causes the separated part of the component tree to also get change detected. But we don't want to do that because it's not these components don't really need to change until the search functionality actually works, and emits a whole new set of components. So in order to do that, we can go here and say, hey, go ahead and show me the task push, and it's task on push. Right. And there we have a module, we have a service that does the searching in air quotes, and of course we have the components list, the article component, and the whole page, which has an input too. So here we have the articles, and we give it to the list, and the list again instantiates an article for every one of the instances of the article from the list. Okay, so what can we do? I'm going back to the task here. Sorry for scrolling so fast. There is an explanation what's happening, and also there is a step to fix. So what we can do is sever the components, the article list component, from the main change detection tree, and let it only update when the articles list is updated. So in order to do that, we can go to this article component on push and say, hey, article component, go ahead and use the change detection strategy of on push. Okay. There we go. So now, the article, the individual article components will not be updated when we're typing up here. And you can see that the change detection cycles total are updated, but the articles themselves do not change. If we do interact with them, they continue to work as expected and count their own change detection cycles. I forgot to mention, there's a very nice visualization in StackBlitz, which uses kind of a similar but different approach. Let me just open the application. So again, we took this part of the tree on the right and separated it out from the main change detection cycle tree and say, hey, we don't want you to call us for every change detection, only if there are changes in our input. All right, so let's, for the people that are following along, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, try and do it, do the optimization, the performance optimization, and maybe report back what happened, you had issues or questions. All right. Going swiftly on. The next task is about using the debounce operator that comes from the RxJS operators, and it's kind of the setup is kind of similar to the previous one. There's a search field up here, and we are typing and it's searching. All right. Not groundbreaking. In this case, what we'd like to do is to cut the number of network requests, because when we're actually sending the request to the network, which is not happening in this application, but when we're in an actual application and the user types, we don't want for them to we don't want for every keystroke to send a network request, because it will probably the network request will probably they will return at different times, if that makes sense. So to illustrate it, when we start with HAC, for example, and we send HAC, we are sending H and then HA and then HAC. For each of them, if we're making a call to the network, that means that the server will need to start executing on that request. It will need to start serving that request. And that means that it will need to search its, Elasticsearch database, MySQL, whatever. It's going to search it and give us the results. And there will probably be more results for H than they are for HAC, which means that HAC request might end up returning response before the H request does. Which means that the user will see basically the last request that they have that we have received for their name. They will see the results for H, but they have typed HAC. So one thing that we can do is to not send a request for each keystroke. And we can use that. We can do that using the debounce operator. So there's this debounce search component in the debounce debounce task, and it passes to the debounce article service or delegates it. We can in either of those two places we can do the debouncing. This is what we do in the debounce search component. I'm going to do the debounce in the debounce article service. So if I go to the debounce article service and say, hey, you know what? These are the search requests, but I also want to bounce them using sorry, I want to debounce them up here. This thing actually what's counting the network requests. So debouncing it doesn't do us a lot of good. What we want to do is debounce the search input, and we do that using the debounce time operator. And we'll say, hey, debounce it with 300. That means that before we the observable on its merry way, we're going to wait for 300 milliseconds. And if no new observable value is emitted, and no new value is emitted from the observable, I should say, then this operator will permit the value to bubble up, which in practice means that when we are typing, the our application will wait for 300 milliseconds before continuing and actually processing the request and sending it to the backend. So in this case, as you can see, I'm typing a lot of nonsense, but we only did one request for that. And for a user that types reasonably fast, that means that we are not going to be flooding our raw application backend with many requests that they won't even get shown. Or if they get shown, they'll be probably not the thing that the user is actually looking for. So you might ask, how does this affect the performance of the UI? It might affect the performance on the backend side? And that's a reasonable question. Often, what happens is that our applications are very tightly coupled, front end and back end. And if the back end does not perform well, that's what people usually see on the UI too. They get the long spinners, and nothing seems to happen. Especially for an internet-facing application, we want to limit the number of API calls to the strictly necessary, and don't do anything on top of that. You can follow along with these steps. Or if you have any questions, we can discuss them right now. I should say that given the late start and the, I guess on my side, we'll be continuing on, which is, I guess, 20-ish minutes more. I have one more thing to show you, and then we'll quickly run through the slow loading stuff, just for some pointers, and open it up for questions again. So the next thing I want to show and I want to talk about is the a hit that I got on my actual application that I'm working on right now, a performance hit. It was happening in a quite a large data grid, and one of the columns of the data grid wanted to be a drop down. So when you hover over it, let's go ahead and I'll navigate to that. So there's no button for the last task, so I'm just going to copy paste this thing, the listener. What we're seeing here is a list of these articles that we are using constantly, and again the button and for the width and for the increments, and we also have a DOM indicator. And you can see that DOM indicator stops when I move the mouse. It was kind of a similar experience in our application. The difference was that it happened on a specific column of a data grid. So whenever a user, I should say it happened on hover for the whole application, but it was caused by a component that was a single column from a grid. So what happened there? Let's go to the listener and see the listener component. The component gets the articles and gives them to the articles list. There is the DOM indicator and the dimension controls that I mentioned earlier, and the list just goes ahead and prints them out. This is very similar to the first task that we saw. In this case, the article does something very interesting. So this is the same article component from before, but now when it's instantiated, it says, hey, I want to decorate this method with a host listener attribute, or decorator, I should say. And that's an instruction for Angular to listen on the window for an event of type mouse out. So we have 10 article, 11 article previews, and each one of them has created an event listener on the global window object, saying that when the mouse out event happens, it wants to know and do something about it. And what ends up happening is that every time we move our mouse, we almost inevitably move from one HTML element to the other, which produces this mouse out event. And then, again, I'm using kind of a bogus long time operation. This component takes the mouse out and does something with it. In the case of the real application, it needed to verify that the mouse has been on top of it and is no longer on top of it, so it can change styles. So that included some DOM manipulation, DOM querying, which was slow and happened for each and every component, for each and every row of that grid. And for that grid, in real applications, we rarely have a list of just text. That grid was full of complex components that took a lot of resources to draw. They need resources to be fetched, and so on and so forth. So the end result was that this grid could not be operated if it was showing more than 10 rows, and that's on a high-end Mac that I'm using for development. I'm guessing not everybody that was using our application is using the high-end MacBook Pro. So I'm guessing for users with real lower end or mid-tier machines, this was really unusable. And in order to fix that, we can say, hey, you know what? I only want to know about myself, which is, if we don't give it the prefix of window, I only want to know about myself, and don't want to actually listen for the whole window mouse out. That makes it so that this calculation is only performed when it's needed on the same component. Okay. So now we can see we have some delay, but as a whole, the DOM quickly recovers. And let me do something else, which have the time for that. I'm going to use the performance tool of the browser. This is Edge, but it's using Chromium, so for Chrome it's going to look the same. So I'm going to start a new recording, and I'm going to move my mouse just over here for a while, and I'm going to stop it. And I'm going to give it some time because my laptop is now under a lot of stress, so it's going to take a while. But what we want to look at here is these events that are very nice, captured by this chart. They are denoted by this red corner up here. So it says, hey, this task took a very, very long time, and I can kind of follow it down to the event, and then down here, if we zoom in, we can see that the query selector all is what's causing the delay most of all, and if we follow the bottom up, it will even give us the, or it should give us summary. Where was it? Go tree bottom up. All right. Yeah, there we go. It tells us when the article component mouse out host binding handler calls the 5 millisecond operation method, the query selector role is the thing, the browser API that's being called a lot. So you can see that for every one of our articles, this event gets called, this handler gets called, and for some of them it's quite faster, but for some of them it uses the query selector role. And it seems here we also cost a garbage collection, which is something we generally don't want to do inside of the running JavaScript, but this happens also. So this is the chart that I used in our actual performance production application to measure the performance and see, hey, where does the CPU spend all its time? And having this this flame chart, I think it's called, we can see the culprit, the one that's causing the delay, and then go ahead and find it in our code and say, hey, you're causing too much trouble, you need to go, you need to be implemented some other way. And this is what we did. We implemented it in a way that it was listening for its own component and its own actions. So for this case, we can change, well, not for window mouse out, but change just mouse out, and that's going to be enough to demonstrate how we improve the performance. The main thing here is that I wanted to show you how to use the performance tool from that comes with the browser, and also there's something similar in the name of the Angular DevTools. I agree. Okay. If we install Angular DevTools, which is already installed, I guess. Maybe not for in private browsing. Is that the case? Yeah, let me share. So this is how the Angular performance tool chain works. It shows up here in red when the site is Angular application. It knows what to do, and you can open the Angular. Where is it? Have I opened it yet? There we go. So we can open the Angular tab from the DevTools, and it shows us the set of components that are currently on screen on the page. And it also has a similar profiler to the one we saw in... no, that's not what I want to do. I want to start recording. It's kind of similar to the one that we saw on the performance tab. And I wanted to show it for completeness. Some people might prefer this one. It comes from Angular, from our great friend Minko, who is, I guess, giving a presentation maybe right now. And someone from the audience says that Angular DevTools is only supported by Angular 9 Plus with Ivy, which is, yeah, that's a very good note. It is really supported. Basically, the application needs to have been built for Ivy rendering. So thank you, Ram. Yeah, there we go. We're interacting, stuff like that. We're going to the listener and saying, components profile, start interacting, and we have kind of the same flame chart. For me, since I've been using the performance profiler from the DevTools, it's quite a bit more convenient. But I also know that it can be a lot to take in first. It has it's talking about the main thread, it's talking about the frames, it's talking about the GPU, the network, which is, where is the network here? Raster GPU crane chart. I don't know where it is even. Maybe in the raster, no. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say here is that it can be a lot to take in. So go ahead and use whatever tool makes you more comfortable. And as Martin said in earlier talk today, measure the performance and then optimize, and not the other way around. This is a mistake that this is an approach I've been guilty of, trying to optimize something and then measuring and seeing if it changed something. The browsers, they are wonderful pieces of software. They give us a lot of tools, especially the performance monitor. So go ahead and use them before you do your optimizations. It will save you a lot of time and trouble. Yeah, with that, sorry, I didn't have time more to go over the next tasks. I hope that they are easy enough to understand and follow. I'm talking about the tree shaker, some about manual JS module load, which is kind of a technique to manually, inside a component, manually load some JS that we don't need at start time. We can also remove modules. And of course, we're starting with lazy loading, which is the stuff that comes out of Angular out of the box and allows us to only load stuff that the users actually want to see lazily. This is a screenshot of the tool of the Webpack bundle analyzer. It's showing exactly what your module is comprised of. What stuff ends up in your module. So I'm getting a comment here from Martin Andreev. Thank you, Martin. That's absolutely right. Martin is saying you are going to always have performance issues with host listeners, be it this or that. So basically what he's saying is use bind handlers outside of the ng zone, which is, to be honest, not something that I've explored. But in short, there is a way to get the reference for the ng zone, and I'll tell ng zone. Come on. And we can do ng zone run outside Angular, and then give it a callback to do outside of Angular, which will not cause any change detection cycles. That said, we need to be sure that somewhere down here to do something like after we have done the stuff that we want to do outside the Angular, if we need to come back and update the components, we need to go back and say this ng zone, ng zone run, and do some update. For example, this article, something or other. All right, and I'm going to copy paste the code that Martin is suggesting. Thank you again, Martin. Basically, this is what he's suggesting. Yeah, we call that. saying, let's add the event listener for this for the document click with this on document click, which should be a function down here. And this way, our component will get called outside of the Angular detection cycle. If that makes sense. Thank you, Martin. That's a very nice suggestion. All right. Yeah, that's correct. Someone says that if we add an event listener, we need to have somewhere a code that says, for example, ng destroy. Do I have ng on destroy here? If we have ng on destroy, we'll go ahead and make sure that we remove. Need to have a reference to this. I'm guessing something like this could work. This is not production code. Something like this could work, and then down in the destroy, we'll need to say, hey, remove event listener, or maybe remove all listeners and give it this function. This one. Okay, thank you, Argon, for this. And we also see in the chat that Martin is saying, hey, you know, run outside Angular should be part of the ng after view init lifecycle. And this is a very interesting comment. I'm not sure why that is. I want to thank you all for being here and being part of this presentation workshop or workshop presentation. Please go ahead and find the code and you know, clone the repo and do the tasks on your own. They are quite simplified, and they will not be anything like the real application. But what they give you is a sense for what tools we have to leverage in order to improve the performance for Angular. Play also with the Webpack bundle analyzer. This is something that I love to do very much. It's a wonderful tool, wonderful visual tool that will give you a lot of feedback on your bundles. It will, you know, when I first started using it, this is kind of this screenshot here looked very much like the application that we were building. It turned out that Moment at that point in time decided that it needs all its locales, but we were only supporting Bulgarian, Russian, English, and I don't know, Spanish. I think 4. We needed 4, but it took 60 or 100 or whatever many locales it had. And when I saw it with my own eyes, at first I thought, no, this must be a joke. This must be a mistake. But it turned out that Moment was really pushing the size of our bundles, and we were able to do something similar to what I'm showing here, to kind of manually remove these JavaScript files that we don't need. So why make the people pay the price for them? And with that, again, I want to say thank you. Thanks for the thanks for the people that were on site, and thank you for the people that were online. And that's it from my side.
Stripes Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT group. In the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for data art. Data art doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to data art's flexibility. Data art's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations. Both at different developmental sales and centers. Or from home. Data art is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for data art and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join data art.
Днес ще си говорим за Contentful и Gatsby. Там първо няколко встъпителни думи. Кой съм аз и защо реших всъщност да говоря по темата. Казвам се Виктор и съм в MentorMate от може би около година, като имам опит с посочени технологии на различни React Native, Express, AWS, Gatsby, за който ще говорим. Също така, всъщност предпоследният ми проект беше с Contentful и Gatsby и заради това точно ми се иска да поговоря за това с вас, като също така утре ще карам всъщност и изпита за Contentful Certified Professional. Така, това беше накратко за мен. И всъщност откъде дойде вдъхновението да говоря точно за това, както казах от предишния ми проект, просто някакси много лесно и приятно се случват нещата, когато работите с тези две технологии. И всъщност, нека да ви разкажа малко за тях. Какво е Contentful, какво е Gatsby и след това да преминем към по-практическата част. Gatsby всъщност е един така React базиран Static Site Generator и това, което е много готино за него е, че също така използва power на GraphQL и също така някои други неща от React екосистемата, като например React Router, Webpack и така нататък. Бих казал, че Static Site Generator звучи не толкова изискано, да кажем, и по-скоро би го нарекал модерен фронтенд фреймворк, ако трябва да се изразя така. Също така Gatsby билдва сайтовете само с статични файлове, което прави всичко изключително бързо. Зареждането на страниците, също се възползва от сервис worker, от code splitting, каквото се сетите такова. Както казах, Gatsby използва power на GraphQL и не е ограничен откъде да си взима данните. Като това може да са някакви статични Markdown файлове, може да са JSON файлове, може да е любимия ви CMS, например, Contentful е моя, hint, както и всякакви други third-party API-та, например. И какво се случва всъщност по време на build time? Това ще го видим и след малко на практическата част. Дига се един GraphQL сервер, като се зареждат всички тези данни, независимо от къде са взети, и всъщност тези GraphQL query-та се случват по време на build time и заради това всичко е толкова бързо. Това е една от основните причини. По-скоро акцента ни днес няма да е толкова върху Gatsby, ще е върху Contentful. И затова нека ви кажа малко и за Contentful. Защо всъщност реших да говоря точно за Contentful? Това е и следващия ни слайд, но направо сега ще зачекна малко. Защо Contentful? Защото за разлика от традиционните CMS-и, всички знаем за WordPress и как пауърва може би 30% от интернет или нещо такова, за разлика от WordPress, Contentful е headless CMS. И какво значи това? Тук не е просто headless CMS, той ни предостави така наречената Content Infrastructure. Нека малко да опишем всъщност за хората, които не знаят какво е headless CMS. Представете си, че Content Management системата ни в случая Contentful е Content Layer на нашето приложение. И да наречем това, да го наречем body. Самото ни приложение, самия ни фронтенд, в случая Gatsby, ни е хеда на приложението и това е presentation layer. И ако всъщност махнем хеда, ако независимо от конкретен хед, какво имаме? Имаме headless CMS. И защо набира все повече популярност и Contentful и други headless CMS-и? Защото, както знаете, всичко се развива с изключително бързи темпове и всъщност, за разлика от традиционните CMS-и, които са, така да се изразя, капот около уебсайтове, тук абсолютно нищо не е капот И когато пъблишвате съдържание в Contentful, може да го преизползвате и на мобилни устройства, на смарт часовници, на уебсайтове, на каквото се сетите, общо взето. И основен извод, който може да си направим за Contentful е, че той не групира съдържанието около страници, ами по-скоро го групира около контент модел и как самите контент типове се вързват помежду си. Така, контент модела в Contentful, както ще видим след малко, той се билдва за всяка организация и така контент креаторите не са така заклещени с някакви препрограмирани модели, които се предлагат от CMS-а, ами те могат да направят своите индивидуални модели, които лесно могат да се преизползват, като например заглавие на блогпост или имидж на някакъв артикъл и така нататък. Понеже нямаме много време, ми се иска да пристъпим и към по-практическата част от презентацията. Това, което искам да направим като за начало, е да направим някакво brief overview на Contentful Web App-а, където ние като девелопери имаме роля, но по-скоро повече контент креаторите. Така. Какво имаме тук? Имаме първо нашата организация, както споменах, която е MentorMate. Само секунда да видя дали всичко е наред с стрима. Да. Добре, имаме нашата организация MentorMate, като може да си създавате мултипл организации според плана, за който сте си платили в Contentful. И вече преминаваме към така наречените среди, като тези среди може да си ги представите като отделни, да ги наречем, бъкети с съвсем отделен контент модел и съвсем отделни различни ентрита, за които ще си поговорим след малко. Представете си като различни, да кажем, бази данни, като дефолтното ни е master. И аз съм създал за днешната презентация един тест environment, който съм вързал с Gatsby фронтенда. И всъщност, нека преминем и натам. Какво имаме тук? Какъв е този таб Content Model? Ами Content Model всъщност е структурата на вашето съдържание. Нашия Content Model на TestEnv е много малък. Имаме единствено homepage и Jedi. Това, което ще разгледаме днес и което ще ви покажа след малко, е един прост фенблок, Star Wars фенблок. И поради тази причина създал точно този контент тип. Нека всъщност разгледаме какво има на homepage. Когато кликнем на homepage, имаме различни филдове. Контент модела е различните инстанции на контент модела се наричат контент типове. Homepage е един от тези контент типове и всеки контент тип си има различни филдове. В случая този е простичък, имаме просто name, което е short text, представете си го като някакъв string, който мисля, че дефолтно е до 256 характера. Като отворим на settings да видим всъщност какво представлява този name, си имаме display name, който ни излиза при search, имаме field ID-то, което може да се променя между другото, не е задължително да е същото. То се използва при заявки от GraphQL, например. Това тикче тук, което е This field represents the entry title. Entry title в Contentful всъщност е нещото, филда, по който в Content таба, който ще разгледаме след малко, филда, по който сърчвате за ентритата. Също така, нещо, което няма да зачекваме, понеже нямаме време, в Contentful има built-in локализация. Например, може да имате съдържание, което да е на немски, на английски и на испански. и да кажем имате някакъв тим от преводачи и имате испански преводачи, например. И може да ограничите ролята на преводачите, така че те да виждат само филдовете, които са релевантни за тях, съответно филдовете на испански. Така, да видим какво имаме на следващия етап. Имаме валидации, доста от тях са стандартни, например хубаво е за entry title, какъвто ни е name, да задължително да е required, защото го ползваме като slug на фронтенда с Gatsby. Какво друго имаме? Може да лимитираме character count на в случая на филда, да използваме regex, за да мащем някакъв патърн, някакви конкретни думи само да може да се въвежда и така нататък. Нещо, което наскоро въведоха е default value, което го няма на всички филдове. И вече на appearance самия widget как излиза в Contentful. В случая може да е като радио, като dropdown, URL, single line и символ. Това, което виждате тук е един от, мисля, че 7 или 8, не съм сигурен точно колко контент типа, не контент типа, ами типове на филда, които може да си избирате. И в случая дефолтното ни на slug, защото всъщност и на фронтенда го използваме като slug. И тук имаме help text, който пак е за контент едиторите. Така, и всъщност вече нека преминем на контент таба ни, където нашите клиенти като контент едитори всъщност ще публишат съдържание. И какво имаме тук? Ами аз съм си направил 3 ентрита от тип Jedi и едно ентри от тип Homepage. Да, нека разгледаме всъщност какво представлява това ентри. Кажем да отворим Anakin Skywalker. Така, имаме си name, който е същия, който ви показах и на Homepage. Имаме си аватар, което е от тип Media, където след малко ще ви покажа в другия таб какво представлява този таб, какво може да качваме в него и така нататък. И стигаме до нещо интересно. Ще ви покажа защо тук пише Entry is missing or inaccessible, нарочно съм го оставил. Да, това може би така се изразя, понеже бях на среща с хора от Contentful, Developer Relations, и това е Pride and Joy на Contentful, така наречените rich text филдове, като тук имаме всякакви стандартни начини да си стилизираме текста, като имаме различни видове хединги, може да си болдваме, италикс, линкове да връзваме и така нататък, но по-интересното тук, и това всъщност е причината, поради която rich text филдовете, като този description, са толкова powerful, е, че може да ембедваме други контент типове в rich text филдовете на типовете. И след малко точно това ще направим в по-практическата част. Ще ембеднем нов контент тип, който ще си го направим чрез код и ще ви обясня защо. Така, но нека първо разгледаме другите типове. Тук имаме някакви, да ги наречем, тагове, които образно казано записваме просто като напишем нещо. Например, напишем user, набием enter и това се добавя към тачетата. Имаме някакъв publish date, който просто съм го оставил поради това, че на фронтенда ги ордървам по descending на дата. Например, ако Anakin Skywalker е създаден на 1 октомври, а Obi-Wan Kenobi е създаден на 30 септември, Anakin Skywalker ще е преди Obi-Wan Kenobi в нашия карусел, да кажем. И имаме тук и някакъв famous phrase, който си е пак просто от тип символ, 256 характера. Така след малко ще ви покажа и как всъщност може да си покажем този контент тип на фронтенда. Преди това да разгледаме Media таба, където може да качваме всякакви картинки, видео, каквото се сетите, общо взето аудиофайлове и така нататък. Ето аз съм качил, например, аватарите за за различните джедаи, лайтсейбъри, които са новия контент тип, който все още не съществува, между другото, но ние ще си създадем чрез код. И тези медиа типове могат да се ембедват в тези медиа филдове, които видяхме в Content Type Jedi, който си имаше аватар. Следващия тип е apps, с които аз признавам не съм занимавал, защото просто в проекта ми нямаше нужда, но това, което ми казаха от Contentful хората и това, което четох е, те искат да, образно казано, да не излизаш изобщо ето от този web app, ами да можеш да си интегрираш всякакви third-party апове директно тук, като това може да са за обработка на снимки някакви апове, за обработка на аудиофайлове, каквото се сетите. И нещо, което ни интересува като девелопери е Settings таба, където повечето сетинги ги имаме само ако имаме право да аксеснем Master Environment-а. Затова ще мина за малко там и ще ви покажа какво имаме тук за различните езици локалите, както ви споменах, например, ако имаме контент на испански, на немски, тук може да назначаваме роли за различните преводачи, до какво имат достъп, до какво не и така нататък. Roles и Permissions за това, но по-важно е тези два таба Environments и API Keys. Нека първо отворим Environments, да видим какво има в него. Ами в Environments, в зависимост от плана ви, както казах, ако погледнете в дясната част на екрана, може да си създадете N на брой environment, като това е просто free аккаунт, който съм си направил за целта на презентацията и сме ограничени до 4 environment, като аз съм си създал още един, освен дефолтния. И как мога преминем на другия environment, като просто отидем на този дропдаун и кликнем на него и вече сме в съвсем отделен бъкет, както ви споменах, със съвсем отделен content model и entry-та и така нататък. Добре. Освен environment-ите, нещо друго важно, което аз вече съм конфигурирал. Преди това преминем на test.env, защото това ще е средата, която използваме. Нещо, което вече съм конфигурирал, но само тук може да го видим, са тези access токени, като, както ще видите на фронтенда, имаме Space ID, което е ID-то на конкретния space, от който искам да извлечем информация. И имаме и access токени на различните API-та, които ни провайдва Contentful, като Contentful има 4 основни API-та, като това са Content Management API-то, с което трябва много да се внимава между другото, защото то е API-то с най-много права, защото за разлика от другите API-та, то не е read-only и може да правите промени по средата си програматично с него. Също имаме Content Delivery API-то и Content Preview API-то, като набързо Delivery API-то се използва основно за query-тата, които правим на фронтенда, за най-бързо доставяне на съдържанието, на публичното съдържание, а Preview API-то е за някакви, да ги наречем debug purpose, защото тук може да виждаме и съдържание от Draft Mode, което не е публичното. И също така, нещо да не пропусна, трябва задължително да сме си тикнали тук environment-а, защото иначе на фронтенда просто няма да ни го разпознае. Нещо друго, което трябва да отбележим е, че за да използваме Content Management API-то, което ви казах, че е най-powerful Contentful API-то, с което може да си променяте каквото и да е по средата, имате Write Access. За да го използвате, трябва да си генерирате персонален токен, като аз съм си генерирал вече, но да видим какво става. Да кажем, генерираме си някакъв токен с име JSTalks. Така. Генерираме го и трябва да си го запазим някъде, защото повече няма да го видим. Буквално. И този токен ни трябва на фронтенда, като всъщност нека видим какво представлява и нашия фронтенд. За да реализирам този темплейт. Използвах официалния Contentful Gatsby темплейт, който е провайднат от Contentful. И всъщност за незапознатите с Gatsby, нека минем набързо през всичките папки, да видим тази структура какво представлява. В Contentful съм оставил някакви скриптчета, които аз съм написал за създаване на нов контент тип и за импортването му в средата, с която работим, което ще видим след малко. Така, в папката миграции всъщност ще създаваме тия скриптове. В сърце имаме, в source имаме компонентите, които са ни нужни за фронтенда. Имаме така наречените фрагменти, които може би няма да ползваме сега всъщност. Така, какво представлява това Pages? Най-просто казано, в Pages програматично се създават раутовете за нашия сайт. Като например index.js отговаря на slash, jedi.js отговаря на slash jedi. И това са пререндернатите страници, като имаме и Dynamic Routing, за който ще говорим след съвсем малко. Rich Text Renderer. Ще видим как всъщност може в този Rich Text, както ви казах, да си ембеднем друг тип и да го дисплейнем на фронтенда. В тези темплейти, всъщност, в папката Templates, всъщност си държим файловете, които ни помагат да си рендерираме динамичното съдържание, като в нашия случай ще се рендерираме всеки един от тези всеки един от тези 3 Jedi, 3 ентрита, които имаме тук. И това ще е на slash Jedi, slash slugger, който в случай е филда name. Нали, ще е slash Jedi, slash Anakin Skywalker, например. Така. И какво друго имаме? Имаме един доста важен файл за Gatsby. Това е Gatsby Node, където всъщност се случва рендерирането на тези динамични раутове, като за целта правим си query за всички Jedi. Взимаме си това, което ни трябва за Dynamic Routing, като в случая това е name. И после си рендерираме абсолютно всеки раут спрямо това колко ентрите имаме. В случая ще има 3 раута, защото имаме 3 entryта. Така. Момент. Нещо друго, което ми се иска да ви спомена, което се случва в Gatsby config файла. Хубавото на Contentful и Gatsby е, че много лесно, много seamless, как се изразяват, се случва връзката между двете. И това се случва посредством Gatsby Source Contentful плагина, като на него, за да си вържем успешно нашата Contentful среда и фронтенда ни, трябва да му подадем ето тези токени, които преди малко видяхме в Contentful UI-а, Space ID-то, Environment-а и всякакви Access токени, като някои са за Management API-то, други са за Delivery API-то. Нещо важно, което ми се иска да ви спомена, което аз отначало не бях забелязал и ме обърка, като почвах с Gatsby и Contentful, е, че задължително трябва да си напишете, ако ще ползвате някакъв различен environment, задължително трябва да го специфицирате тук в config файла, в config обекта, защото иначе, когато си пуснете development сервера на Gatsby, който аз между другото съм пуснал и вече рънва, той ще дефолтне към master environment, а ние ползваме този тест environment, който аз ви показах преди малко. Затова задължително трябва да го специфицираме тук. А откъде идват всъщност тези константи? Ами спрямо това дали сме в development или production, от тези .env файлове, като аз предварително съм ги сложил тук. И ето имаме Contentful Environment, test.env. Всичко захапва, като ако се чудите какви са тези стъпки тук, когато ръннем development сервера на Gatsby, който се рънва с npm rundev, За да видите какви са тези стъпки, например, може да напишете просто get build process и има адски добро overview, което описва всъщност какво се случва на всяка една стъпка. И ако имате някакви проблеми, каквито аз доста съм имал, честно казано, и тази документация съм я изял. Това е едно от хубавите неща на Gatsby, че макар да е сравнително нов фронтенд фреймворк, екосистемата му е доста добра, защото има изключително описателна документация и дори когато се запънете в нещо, лесно може да го намерите. И някои хора, които не знаят React или не се занимавали примерно с GraphQL, може да са малко така скептични и застрашени, да го наречем, от Gatsby, поради това незнание, но искам да ви кажа от личен опит, че аз, например, преди да почна предишния проект, не бях пипал GraphQL и Gatsby е един много хубав старт. Дори да не знаете нито React, нито GraphQL, Gatsby е много хубав старт да започнете да ги разбирате, защото в документацията и навсякъде има супер много пръснати примерчета с React код или с GraphQL снипети за различни заявки. Та звучи intimidating, но всъщност не е. Така, нека се върнем всъщност към кода ни. Тук съм си дефинирал две скриптчета, които след малко ще рънем, които правят така наречените миграции. И защо всъщност искаме да си създадем сега нов контент тип чрез миграции, а не от тук през Content Model таба в Contentful, където просто може да си кликнем Add Content Type и да си изберем различните опции. Защото клиентите, поне от моя скромен опит, искат всичко да се случва през скрипт, за да могат максимално много да тракват и да документират всъщност всичко, което се е рънало. Нека ви разкажа какъв беше в този проект с предишния ми workflow, по който работехме. Образно казано, правим си различни тестови среди, като по дадената среда, която работиш в момента, можеш да правиш всичко, да тестваш по абсолютно всякакъв начин и тя си е енкапсулирана в нейната отделна кофа в кавички и тя не засяга другите среди. Преди да деплойнем към средата, която всъщност е вързана с Gatsby Cloud, като Gatsby Cloud е там, където си хостваме сайта. Преди да деплойнем новите ни промени чрез тези скриптове на тестовата среда, QA-те просто тестваха на някоя от другите съб-тестови среди, например. И докато не изчистим абсолютно всичко да работи по най-добрия начин, просто не рънваме тези скриптове на средата, която е вързана с Gatsby Cloud. А въпросният Gatsby Cloud, аз не съм качил блога в момента, но просто ще ви преразкажа набързо. Въпросният Gatsby Cloud, например, беше вързан с webhook-ове към Contentful и всеки път, когато, например, създадем в случая тук нов Jedi, Gatsby ще се ребилдне напълно и ще регенерира тази GraphQL схема, за която ви говорех, която изглежда по този начин. И тук имаме абсолютно всички видове контент типове, като Contentful префиксва всички контент типове, които са като масив, например в All Contentful Jedi имаме абсолютно всички ентрита от тип Jedi, а само да видя къде е, в Contentful Jedi може да направим заявка за някой конкретен Jedi, например по името му. Не знам дали сте се сблъсквали с GraphQL до сега, но накратко, какво е якото на GraphQL и защо всъщност може и да звучи малко плашещо, но всъщност когато съвсем малко опит, когато проимате с него, разбирате колко е яко. И това е, че за разлика от нормалните заявки, където, как да се изразя, сървъра определя това какво ще получим ние, в GraphQL заявките, всъщност ние определяме какво ще получим, защото просто ние поискваме само филдовете, които ни трябват и нищо повече. Да, това ще го видим нагледно. Сега това, което искам да си направим, както знаете, всеки джедай си има lightsaber. И този lightsaber, например, може да си го ембеднем като content тип в нашия rich text description. Това тук, както ви казах, нарочно го оставих, защото ръннах си тази миграция преди презентацията, за да видя дали всичко е наред. И когато всъщност изтриеш всички ентрита на content тип и го изтриеш този content тип от content модула, вече всички референции изчезват. Просто са undefined буквално. И аз тук го бях ембеднал, но всъщност вече като го изтриеш и няма никакъв помен за него, всички референции излизат като entry is missing or inaccessible, което в случая просто мога да го махнем с хикчето, като на мен в предишния проект ми се налагаше, защото оптимизирахме контент модула и имаше 3 контент типа, които консолидирахме в един и си трябваше всички референции към старите контент типове да ги мапнем, така да кажа, към новия контент тип. Имаше адски много такива из цялата среда, която беше доста по-голяма от тази и имаше хиляди, мисля, че ентрита от всякакви типове. Из цялата среда пръснати такива missing референции и трябваше чрез Content Management API-то да мапваме ID-тата на ентритата от новия контент тип, да на undefined контент типовете старите към новия контент тип. Но добре, всъщност, нека преминем към тази практическа част, за която ви говорех и тези интересни ембедвания. Имаме 3 типа, да ги наречем ембедвания. Имаме block entry, inline entry и asset embed. Като за тези може да прочетете повече в документацията на Contentful, екстензивно е описано каква е разликата между block и inline. За целта на презентацията, нека си ембеднем едно block entry, като преди това всъщност трябва да го създадем с миграцията. Както бях тръгнал ви казвам, клиента иска да създава абсолютно всичко. Това е реален use case, който ще ви покажа, макар и да е за този измислен Star Wars блок. Реален use case как интегрираш нови контент типове и ново съдържание в дадена среда. И всъщност нека се върнем обратно към Visual Studio и да го направим това нещо. Нека си спрем за момент сервера. Какво трябва да направим, за да си създадем през кода нов контент тип? Както ви казах, имам 2 скриптчета, които съм си направил и ще използваме Migration API-то на Contentful, за което повече може да прочетете, ако напишете мисля, че GitHub беше най-релевантната документация. Да, ето тук, нека го отворя да го имаме, защото искам да ви покажа някои неща. Ще използваме това Migration API, за да си създадем релевантните филдове за нашия контент тип, където мога да контролирам между другото абсолютно всичко, какви ли неща ми се е налагало да кастомизирам и после да го импортнем този новосъздаден контент тип в Contentful. Нека си ръннем ето този Migration New Script, за да си създадем boilerplate за миграция. И какво трябва да напишем? npm run migration new. Така, това какво ни изкарва? Да създадем име за нашата миграция. Какво да измислим? Както ви казах, нека си създадем нов контент тип, който ще е lightsaber. Накръстим миграцията. Create lightsaber content type. Следователно. Enter. И какво имаме? В папката Migration имаме миграция с това име, препенната с днешната дата. И тук имаме въпросния boilerplate, който ни трябва. И само може би спитате, добре бе, ама аз откъде знам как да напиша тази миграция. Всъщност е доста лесно. Ако отидем в Content for Migration документацията, адски добре описано е. Всичките, нека сърчнем например за всичките типове на филдове, които може да имаме. Както видяхме в Content for UI имахме символ за name филда, например. Имаме текст, който е мисля, че до 1000 символа, което е също като символ, само че до 1000 символа и има малко по-екстензивни едитинг опции, но нищо общо с rich текста. Имаме други стандартни integer, number, data, boolean и известния rich текст, както казах, array и link. И тук може да видите как се правят всевъзможни валидации, например да може да си контентейтерите да могат да постват само от определени типове съдържание, например тук могат да пуснат като категории Web, iOS или Android и са ограничени само от това. Може да enable локализации, да местим филдове и какво ли не всъщност адски голямо е. Не съм пробвал абсолютно всичко. Нашата миграцика няма да е кой знае какво, за да не я пишем от начало. Аз съм си я подготвил. Момент, само да вия тази ли. Подготвил съм си ето тук. Нека си заменим този boilerplate с нашия. Да си я сейвнем. И набързо да ви разкажа какво всъщност се случва. Така. Създаваме си една JavaScript променлива, като използваме този migration обект. Казваме как ще се казва всъщност нашия контент тип, като това, което подадем тук е ID-то на контент типа, което използваме в GraphQL заявки. Това тук му е display name, който е за контент едиторите в Contentful, което в случая е това. Какво друго имаме? Имам някакъв short description, който е optional, няма нужда от него. И display field е по какво се сърчва. Като това, което ви споменах и преди малко, този display field се използва тук. Като например, ако сме казали, какво имахме в Jedi, ако сме казали, че например искаме да търсим по, в случай нямаме никакъв famous phrase, но примерно искаме да търсим по famous phrase, трябва да си зададем експлицитно display field да е famous phrase и когато напишем тук примерно famous phrase на Anakin Skywalker, а не името му, то ще ни филтрира съдържанието по famous phrase. Така. Дефолтваме си да сърчваме всички lightsaber по title, после създаваме конкретния field title с display name му, правим го required и казваме от какъв тип ще е, като няма нужда title да е от каквото и да е друго, освен някакъв къс текст, защото ще ни е около може би 10 керактера, затова идеалният тип, затова е символ. Нещо по-интересно е, когато си създадем field image, който е от тип asset, както ви показах. Тук, например, на Jedi Content типа имаме филда avatar, който също е от тип asset, накратко media field, и тук може да си реферираме абсолютно всичко, каквото искаме, освен ако не е ограничено от контентейтерите. Може да си реферираме абсолютно всичко от медиа таба. Тази картинка е качена там. Така. Създаваме си имиджа, самата картинка за lightsaber с всевъзможните му валидации, да е required, да е от type link. Може да прочетете повече в тази GitHub документация, какво също е type link. Също създаваме си някакъв файл текст, като описание просто, като тук съм сложил някаква малка валидация, която нямаше нужда от нея, но да кажем искаме описанието от текста на нашия lightsaber да е с максимум size от 50 и когато превишим тези 50 характера, да ни изписва ето този error message, който просто е за наше улеснение, за улеснение на контент едиторите. Какво е това Change Field Control? Ами тук може да контролираме поведението на дадения widget, като widget е как изглежда всъщност контент типа в Contentful. Ако си спомняте, например, за Content Type Homepage, нейма му, той може да е от тип Dropdown, което е built-in widget, радио също е built-in widget. Може да видите всичките widgeti в релевантната документация, която не е тази за миграцията, но тук има линк. Така, да се върнем. Единственото нещо, което съм променил аз, е, че съм сложил някакъв help текст, който да помага на content editor-ите, извинявам се, да опишат при създаване на entry-та какво всъщност трябва да напишат в alt текста. И това нещо също може да си го направим и през UI-а. Като, например, ако искаме да си сложим help текст на name, това може да го направим в appearance, и както виждате, ето тук, директно да си напишем, като искаме help текст, да го конфърнем, да го сейвнем, и това е абсолютно също, като да го сетнем през тази миграция чрез код. Така, добре, описах ви набързо какво се случва в тази миграция и нека всъщност си рънем тази миграция, да видим какво се случва. В момент да видя командата. Така, рънваме я с npm run migration, run, каквото е името на скрипта, и трябва да специфицираме точно към коя папка да сочи скрипта, като случай това migration, и да дадем пълното име на файла с файл екстеншъна. Добре, давам Enter. Да видим сега какво се случва. Ами CLI-а, който ползвам, всъщност ни пита към коя среда искаме да си ръннем тези migration промени, и ние ползваме test-env. Така. Специфицираме си environment name да е test-env. Добре. Както виждате, тук съм console логнал environment name, това е content management токен на моята среда, това е space ID-то. И чакаме да видим дали всъщност миграцията ще е успешна, като имаме индикации за това. Така, както може да видим, миграцията е успешна. Ако се върнем обратно на нашия test-env, какво може да видим? Преди малко имахме само homepage и Jedi, вече имаме и lightsaber. Така, нещо, което ми се иска да ви спомена, което аз лично доста се изгорих, защото просто не бях дочел, е, ако си гугълнем GSB source contentful и отидем на документацията, то доста ви препоръчвам документацията на въпросния плагин, който слепва GSB Contentful да прочетете, защото има доста важни неща, като например ето това. Много е важно да знаем, че ако в Contentful няма нито едно entry, например от lightsaber, нито едно entry с абсолютно всички филдове попълнени, това ще резултира в това, че на фронтенда в GraphQL схемата въобще няма да ни излезе контент типа, да може да правим query-та към него. Затова нека преди да си ембеднем нашия нов контент тип lightsaber, да си направим всъщност едно entry. Така, моя грешка, нека си рефрешнем, за да ни излезе в add entry. Да си направим едно entry в ролята на content editor. Как да окръстим това lightsaber, манахме с lightsaber, примерно. Тук имаме един media field image, който си направихме. И какво може да направим? Може, ако имаме вече в Media таба качени някакви снимки подходящи за Lightsaber, директно да си ги вземем. Ако нямаме, просто да си добавим нова медиа, като има множество начини да го направим. Нека си кръстим този новосъздаден асет Anakin's Lightsaber. Да му оставим някакъв description, the Lightsaber of Anakin. Добре. Така, на файл вече трябва да скачим самия файл, в случая някаква снимка на Lightsaber на Anakin. Така. Може да си интегрираме някакво съдържание от Instagram, Facebook, какво ли не общо взето. Аз май нямам конкретна снимка на Anakin's Lightsaber, да кажем, да си я потърсим. Да не просто. Някаква подходяща. Добре, това не е най-подходящата, но става. Да, намерихме си някаква снимка. Задължително трябва да публишнем, защото всичко е в draft mode и няма да ни излезе просто като правим query-тата с delivery API-то, което прави query-та само за контент, който е публишнат. Да публишва сме си го. И вече си го имаме. Нашето Lightsaber entry. Давам някакъв текст. Lightsaber of Anakin, примерно. И вече си публишваме и самия Lightsaber. Като имайте предвид, че трябва да си рестартираме нашия GraphQL сервер, който е интегриран в Gatsby, за да ни излезе, за да се регенерира GraphQL схемата с вече новото съдържание от Contentful, защото преди малко просто нямахме такова нещо като Lightsaber, като Content в Contentful. Това си рънем на ново npm rundev. Така, да изчакаме всички стъпки, да се пребилдне нашия фронтенд. И през това време, докато се билдва, защото може би ще отнеме около минута, предполагам, може да разгледаме тук в Contentful Migration документацията. Всъщност ми се иска по-скоро, няма да има време да ви го покажа, въпреки че много ми се искаше, но да ви кажа за един друг интересен use case. Как може да сменим всъщност някакъв контент тип в Contentful да е от един тип към друг. Например, имаме си тайтъла на нашия Lightsaber, който е от тип символ или short text, и ако искаме да го сменим на long text. Това не може да стане просто като кликнете два бутона или нещо толкова просто. За целта трябва да си направите или през UI или с миграция някакъв temporary field, в който първо, например, да кажем, че искаме от title short text да стане title long text, да първо цялото съдържание на всички ентрита да го прехвърлиме в някакъв temporary variable и да изтрием този title с неговото ID title. Съдържанието за момента да седи в temporary variable и после да си създадем наново този title вече като long text. И чак тогава отново да направим това прехвърляне на всички данни от temporary variable към новосъздадения ни long text title. И общо взето така се случват нещата. Ако искаме да сменим типа на контент тип, без всъщност да губим ценни данни. Това е нещо, което също ми се наложи в предишния проект. Сега да видим всъщност дали ни се е ръннал сервера. Да, всичко е точно. На localhost 8000 може да видим нашия фронтенд и на 8000 GraphQL. Може да видим GraphQL схемата ни. Като, както виждате, вече може да правим query-та и за Lightsaber. Защото си реръннахме наново GraphQL сервера, респективно заедно с всички други утилитита в билд процеса на Gatsby. Добре, нека си отворим нашия блок. Доста простичък блок. Имаме просто два раута. Едното е slash, другото е Jedi. И съответно Dynamic Routing, който ви бях показал, който е, ако кликнем на Anakin Skywalker, може да видите slash Jedi, slash Anakin Skywalker и това тук е просто слага, който е name field в Contentful. И добре, искаме ето тук, например, да ни излиза Lightsaber. Какво трябва да направим? Ние вече си създадохме Anakin's Lightsaber като entry и просто можем ето тук да го ембеднем този нов контент тип, това ново entry, като блок, който ще видим как ще се рендерираме на фронтенда. Така, тук може да си изберем да инфилтрира само по Lightsaber, като това между другото може също да го ограничите или с миграция, или просто през Content Model валидациите. Така, добре, публишваме си тези промени. Добре, рефрешваме и какво става? Добре, няма го този Lightsaber. Няма пак да рефрешваме, няма го, интересно. И всъщност трябва да си рестартираме. Всъщност преди да си рестартираме, нека видим в темплейтите тази страница как е реализирана. Ами правиме си едно query с GraphQL. Това е едно примерно GraphQL query, което прави заявката по name и в случая name, нали, от URL-а, от Contentful е Anakin Skywalker. И тук вече имаме и description field, който е от тип rich text и той е малко по-различен от другите типове, където например name е един прост string и си го ползваме директно като променлива name, която си има, нали, простичкия string. В description, за да си вземем текста от Contentful rich text field, като случая това не е целият текст, трябва да си парснем ето този raw field, а всъщност за да можем да си ембеднем нещо, момент само, трябва да си го поискаме. Да, причината, поради която не ни излиза тук, а не излиза само текста, е, че ние сме си поискали текста под формата на raw, парснали сме го, което се случва в ето този rich text renderer object, където просто съм написал какво да прави с нови редове и някакви такива неща. И освен текста, трябва да си поискаме и самото съдържание, като всъщност трябва да си рестартираме и в сервера. И докато се билдва отново фронтенда ни, да ви обясня какво се случва тук. Това всъщност е един GraphQL фрагмент, като този синтаксис може да си прочетете повече в GraphQL документацията. Какво е това? 3 точки on Contentful Lightsaber. Ами образно казано, когато срещнеш нещо, което е дефинирало като Contentful Lightsaber, направи query за тези филдове. И ако нямаме Contentful Lightsaber, просто ще го игнорира това цялото. Така. Секунда. Почти сме готови с билдването на Development Bundle, който е последната стъпка. И всъщност вече би трябвало да сме получили съдържанието си. апдейтното съдържание от Contentful. Така, ако отидем пак тук, вече имаме нашия lightsaber. И общо заето това е за сега, тъй като мисля, че почти ни изтече времето. Ако искате да обсъдим, наистина бих се радвал да обсъдим всякакви неща покрай Contentful и Gatsby, може да ми пишете в LinkedIn или където намерите. Винаги съм готов за някакви дискусии интересни. Благодаря ви за вниманието и надявам се, че ви е било полезно това така кратко overview. Благодаря ви.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading. Yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry
everyone. Welcome to my session called Bye-bye Tongues, Data Fetching with React Query. I just want to say at the start, feel free to ask questions in the chat because we'll probably have some time at the end of the session to go through them and answer them. Okay, so first let's have a short introduction. Who is this guy talking to you right now? So pleased to meet you. My name is Dobromir and I'm a front-end developer at this great place called VIA. There I mainly contribute to VIA's design system and also to the architecture of micro front-ends that we have. And formerly, I was a pretty big fan of full-stack development, but now I'm more of a full-time enjoyer of TypeScript and React. And as a small fun fact about me, in addition to TypeScript and React, I also really love French macarons, which you can see here in the picture, and also bubble tea, which sadly we don't have a picture for. But anyways, let's go to today's topic, which is data fetching in React. So this is really the million-dollar question. For the longest time, it was the idiom in React applications to do data fetching with Redux and tongues, but this approach has always had its fair share of problems, as we will shortly see. However, modern tools and techniques have shown us that there are actually better ways, and we will explore one such tool called React Query today. But first, let's go through the typical way to fetch data with Redux. So our use case would be fetching a simple post. So for example, something with an ID, maybe some text, and that's it really. So we need to get the post data. We need to get the error if there is one so that we can optionally display an error message. And we also need a Boolean loading flag so that we can conditionally display a spinner or a skeleton while the request is loading. So what we usually do first is that we define some action types. And normally we have one action type that indicates that the request has started, one that indicates that the request has ended with a success, and one that indicates that the request has ended with an error. And then we also need some action creators, because action types on their own are not that useful. And what the action creator does, it's basically a function that returns an action object, which contains the type and optionally a payload. So here we've got 3 action creators, one for each action type. Fetch post stat is self-explanatory. Fetch post success returns the payload, which is the post itself that we managed to fetch from the server. And fetch post error returns the error as a payload. So next, we got to add this thing called a Tunk action creator. And we need it because Redux on its own doesn't support asynchronous actions. So when we want to have stuff like fetching data from a server with fetch or Axios get or something like that, we have to put that inside a Tunk action creator, this specialized piece of boilerplate code here. So what happens inside is basically at the start of the request, at the start of the process, or at the start of the function, we dispatch an action saying that the request has started. Then we perform the request itself by calling some Axios get or whatever. And then if the request ends successfully, we dispatch an action to indicate that, which contains the data from the request as a payload. And if we catch an error, we just dispatch an action that contains the error as a payload. Then we need to define some initial state where the main things we need to get from Redux are. So these are the loading flag, the data, and the error. And then we also need a reducer to update that state, because this is Redux after all. So what usually happens inside the reducer is that we have a switch statement, and we have conditional behavior based on the action type. So if we get a fetch post start, we set loading to true. If we get fetch post success, we set loading to false and also set data to be the action's payload. And if we get fetch post error, we again set loading to false, but this time set the error to be the action's payload. And finally, after we have written all of that, we can use the Tunk action creator inside our code, inside a component of ours, where we usually put it inside the use effect hook. As you can see here, we have a use effect which grabs the post ID from the component props and calls fetch post with it. However, we must not forget that because this is Redux, our component actually needs to be connected to the Redux state in order for everything to work. So we usually do that with map state to props and map dispatch to props, and we call those in combination with connect, a third function, so that everything is wired together. And as you saw, this was quite a lot of boilerplate code, and this brings us to our first major point, which is that data fetching with Redux is just too complicated. It's way too verbose, though there are some hooks and libraries that might make it a little bit better. For example, the hooks use dispatch or use selector, but then still there are a myriad of questions, starting with, are those the right semantics, structure, and naming for the actions? Is the shape of the state correct? Maybe we need to include something else in the state as well. Or are the meta flags like loading, success, error, and so on correct? And then there are even more questions when we start thinking about the desired behaviors. So for example, should we include some normalization, which is removing duplicate requests, duplicate items from the response? Or how should we manage different posts being fetched at the same time? Because the current implementation handles only fetching one post at a time. So what happens if multiple components need different posts with different IDs fetched simultaneously? Then what happens if a request fails? How do we retry it with a backoff? Because we can't just be sure that our request will be successful 100% of the time. Then also, what happens if more than one component triggers the same data fetching action? And do we need to deduplicate the HTTP calls manually? So this is again, if multiple components want the same post with the same ID, how would you prevent a bunch of same basic requests being sent to the server? And finally, when does the fetch data expire and how do we clean it up? How do we garbage collect it? And then, unfortunately, when we start thinking about maybe libraries that can help us deal with Redux, simplify our experience, there are even more questions. So should we use a selector library like reselect for memoization to prevent the necessary renders of components? Or should we use IMA, which is a popular library that simplifies dealing with immutable state? Or should we use Redux Toolkit, which is a somewhat popular new API for Redux that simplifies some boilerplate code, but you have to put one more abstraction on top of everything and you have to learn an entirely new API? Or should we use another popular tool, which is called Redux Saga, which unfortunately is even more verbose and complex than the tongues? So all of these problems really illustrate the crazy amount of decisions, considerations, and code that the developer needs to make in order to fetch a simple post. And that really brings us to a second major point, which is that simple and common tasks just should have simple solutions. You should not need to have a galaxy brain in order to be able to fetch a simple post. And we will explore one such simple solution today in this session. But first, we're going to really talk about what we need from our data fetching layer. So the first major thing is that we need deduplication of HTTP calls. So any smart component that needs data to be fetched should be able to declare that without fearing it might cause duplicated HTTP calls. So if multiple components use the data from the same post, you fetch it once and then they all use it. You don't get duplicated HTTP calls. Then we also need meta flags like loading, error, success, last fetched, and so on, so that we can conditionally display spinners and error toasts and whatnot. Then we need reactivity. So when a prop inside a component changes, then the component is dependent on that prop to fetch data, then the new data will be fetched if necessary. And finally, we need updating or invalidating the state when necessary. So for example, when the data is too old, or when we mutate some data in the server and need to reflect that in the client. And all of these things really have been a staple of GraphQL clients such as Apollo for quite some time now. And when we really think about it, what we want is a cache layer for our HTTP requests that will simply maintain a key value store for our data. So the key will identify the resource and the value will be the resource plus its metadata. And you can see here in the example, we have a very simple representation of our cache. We have a key which includes basically the post, indicating that this is about the post, and the post ID. So this key basically says, I am a post with ID of 5, and it points to an object which contains the post data, and also the post metadata such as loading, error, last fetch, and so on. So the cache will have an appropriate functionality on top of it to fetch the data and store it with the right key. Also to update the cache after mutations. So for example, after adding a new post, the cache will get updated. Then the functionality also needs to manage meta flags such as loading, success, error. For example, you could have a status variable which changes from loading to success or to error depending on the result of the request. And also the functionality needs to manage cache time and stale time, where cache time is basically how long do we want to keep the data inside the cache, and stale time is how long do we consider the data in the cache to be fresh. And caching lets us completely forget about the shape of our state because it's just a key value store of responses. It helps us forget about data fetching meta-state like loading, error, and so on, because those will be built inside it, will come out of the box. And it completely lets us forget about Redux-style boilerplate like actions, reducers, and tongues. So the caching solution that we're going to explore today is called React Query. And it's actually quite similar to the Apollo that we mentioned before, but it supports REST APIs as well. It's not just limited to GraphQL like Apollo is. And as you can see from this quite infamous tweet here, people have had just dramatic success reducing boilerplate code while migrating from Redux to React Query. And I can tell you that here in VR, React Query is actually quite popular. People have adopted it quite a lot, and many teams have had quite a similar experience migrating their legacy Redux code to React Query. So just a dramatic reduction of boilerplate code. So what is React Query exactly? It's a library based on React hooks that solves all of the previously discussed open questions and problems. A library that's relatively simple and easy to understand because it's based on a common concept, which is React hooks, and it reduces the amount of code that we need to write for data fetching by a completely absurd amount, as you will now see. So with React Query, all of the previous boilerplate code for fetching one post gets replaced by a single hook called useQuery. So here inside this component, we call useQuery and we pass two arguments to it. The first is an array which contains the post ID, and the second is a function which will deal with the fetching of the data itself. So think that Axios get or fetch or something like that would happen inside this fetch post function. And what the hook returns is the data, if it's there, if the request was successful, the error, if again it's there, if the request ended with an error, and the loading flag. So everything is just automated. One line replaces all of the boilerplate that we previously saw. So to call useQuery, we really need two things. First is a unique key for the query. So for example, to-dos or that array value that we saw in the previous slide. And the second is a function that returns a promise. And the function should either resolve the data or throw an error. And if the function throws an error, we'll get that error returned by useQuery. And as you can see in the example, we can optionally pass a third argument, which is a config object to configure our query. So now the result object of useQuery contains all the values and metadata about the query that we will need. So it contains booleans like is loading, is success, is error that you can use to see what the query state is. It contains the error if the query is in an error state. It contains the data if the query has succeeded. And it also contains various utilities, an important one of which is refetch, which is a function to manually refetch the data, for example, at the click of a button. So now we'll look at query keys with a little bit more detail. So when a query needs information to uniquely describe the data, we can use an array with a string and any number of serializable objects to describe it. So you can see here in the examples, we have useQuery code with an array value for the query key, and it contains a string code to do, which basically says this is a query for one to do, and the ID of the to do, which is 5. So this query key says this is a query about a to do with ID 5. And then alternatively, we can pass an object as a second value. We can really pass any number of objects. And in this object here, we include parameters that will be used inside the request. So for example, this is a query key for to-dos that are of type done. And the important point from here is that if the query function depends on a variable, we should include it in the query key. And we will now see why. Query keys are not just for uniquely identifying data, and they also allow passing variables to the query function. So you can see this thing here. We call useQuery with an array query key, which contains to-dos, the string value as the first element, and then an object which contains status and page. And then fetch to-dos, which is the query function, gets the query key as an argument. So we can destructure it and access status and page inside the fetch to-dos query function. And then we can use status and page in our Axios get or whatever to make our get request. So this is basically how we pass variables and parameters to the query function. We just include them inside the query key. So now let's talk about the query defaults. Out of the box, React Query comes with aggressive but very same defaults, and we can change all of them by passing a configurable configuration object to the useQuery hook. So the first default is that query instances by default consider cache data as stale, and stale queries are refreshed automatically in the background when first new instances of the query mount. So if you mount another component which calls the same query on the DOM, then they refetch automatically when the window is refocused or when the network is reconnected. And finally, you can also optionally configure a refetch interval. So you don't need to manually do stuff with functions like set interval and so on. We can just configure a refetch interval for the query, and we will get periodic refetching of the data. And then the second set of defaults, so query results that have no more active instances of use query are labeled as inactive, but they still remain in the cache in case they're used again later. And inactive queries are garbage collected after 5 minutes. So we can increase this interval or we can completely disable it. And then queries that fail, this is actually quite important, are silently retried 3 times with exponential backoff delay before the error is captured and displayed to the UI. So this is great because you no longer need to manually retry failed requests, which can take even a lot of boilerplate, even a lot more boilerplate when it comes to Redux. So it's all automated and you can configure the backoff and the retry count. And finally, query results by default are structurally shared to detect if the data has actually changed, and if not, the data reference actually remains unchanged to help using it with hooks like useMemo and useCallback. And this is actually really great because if you're doing some memoization of the data with useMemo, for example, you shouldn't need to worry that the reference to data is going to change all of the time. It's going to change only when the actual data is different. So now we'll look at a couple of more hooks that are exposed in addition to the basic use query. The first one is called use queries. So sometimes we need to execute a dynamic number of queries. For example, we have a list of users in the page, and we need to run a query for each one of them. And we cannot really call use query inside the loop because it's a hook, and that would violate the rules of hooks. Remember, hooks cannot be called inside loops and inside conditional statements. So for such cases, React Query provides the use queries hook, which accepts an array of query options objects and returns an array of query results. So you can see in the examples here, what we do is that we call use queries, and inside, as the array of query options objects, we get the list of users and then map every user to an object describing a query. So the object contains the query key, which has the user ID, and it contains the query function, which is called with the user ID as well. And this will get mapped. This will result, user query results will be an array of query results. So you'll have an array of objects, each containing data, loading, error, and so on. And you'll be able to use array functions like sum or every to determine if some of them is still loading or all of them have finished or some of them has an error and so on. And then the other special hook that we're going to look at is called useInfiniteQuery. So the basic use query, what it does is it fetches a new set of data and it replaces the existing set of data with the newly fetched one. However, sometimes when we have, for example, infinite scrolling, we might want to additively load more data onto the existing set instead of completely replacing it with the new data. And this is what we use useInfiniteQuery for. So there are a few differences here in the example. First of all, the query function, we can see that it now receives a variable called pageParam, which could be the number of the page, but it could also be the cursor. And as you can see here, we use pageParam to get data with a given cursor. And then when we call useInfiniteQuery, we provide again the query key, the query function, but we also provide a function called getNextPageParam. And what it does is that from the currently last page from the data, it determines what is the page parameter, so basically the cursor, for the next page, for the next query call. And what happens is that the data that is returned by useInfiniteQuery is now an object containing the fetched pages. So you don't get all of your data set in just like one array, you get it grouped by pages. And you also get access to a bunch of useful variables here. First of them is called hasNextPage, and it's basically true if getNextPageParam returns a truthy value. So this can determine if you're going to show a message like, do you want to load more data or something like that at the bottom of the page. Then we got another Boolean, which is called is fetching next page. And this one can be used to conditionally show a spinner when you're loading data for the next page. And finally, we got this function called fetch next page, which is basically what we use to manually fetch the next data. So we can call that function either at the click of a button at the bottom of a page, or we can call it automatically with some hook where the user scroll reaches the bottom of the page. So now we'll have a short technical demo, and we will look at basically a vanilla Hacker News app, a very popular hobby project that was built with React Query. And these are the main items that we're going to look at. We're going to look at setting up React Query's provider and dev tools. Then we're going to see a small example of use infinite query. And finally, we're going to look at React Query's dev tools in action. Okay, so let's move first to here. So this is the app. Let me do a quick refresh. So as you can see, this is a basic Hacker News list of stories. And when you click on a link, it just opens the link in a new tab. And we got three main pages, hot, new, and top. Hot is basically the links from the front page of Hacker News. Then new is the links ordered by date. So you get the newest submitted links at the top. And then top is stories ordered by points. And the important part here is that we use infinite query for everything. So we actually get infinite data. So as you can see at the bottom of the page, there is this button called Load More. When we click on it, we get a spinner and the new data is added to the list. So in addition to those three basic pages, we also got searching. So when we can search for example, Reddit, and get a list of all of the Hacker News links that contain Reddit in the title. And another thing is that we can also click on the website next to the link title. And when we do that, for example, let me find something, we'll click on newyorktimes.com. Then we will get links from this website. And one more thing that I want to show you is if we move back to this page, so searching Reddit, and then we start loading some more results and even more results. And then we click on something, for example, newyorker.com. And then we go back. You will see that our scroll position is actually preserved. This is because all of the data for this page here, searching for stories with Reddit in the name, is actually in our cache and it's readily available. So this is really great that you got scroll preservation outside of the box. So now let's look at the code. So our first stop is index.tsx, and here we'll just see how we set up the main provider, which is this thing here called Query Client Provider. So this is React Query's main provider, and all of the functions like use query and so on need to be called inside of it. So what we usually do is you put it inside index.tsx. And you see that we actually initialize the query client provider. We pass a client to it. So right now we just initialize a blank client. However, here you can pass a config object that will contain global config for all of your queries. So for example, if you want to set the refetch interval or the retry count for every query to be bigger than the defaults, you can do it here. And this will save you time and code, basically repeating the same piece of config for every instance of use query. And then the other important thing that we add here is called React Query DevTools. So this is all the configuration that you need to enable the DevTools, and we'll see how they work in a minute. So our next stop is this component called Stories page. So all the basic pages in the app, the one that displays front page links, the one that displays new ones, top ones, ordered by points, or stories that match a given search, and so on. They're all based on this common component called Stories page. And inside it, we have an instance of use infinite query. So let's first look at our query key. This is a typical array key where we got a string value. So query Hacker News data is just a string constant. This is the name of our query. And then the second argument in the array is an object which contains all of the parameters that we'll use in our Hacker News GET request, the GET request to the Algolia Hacker News API. Then we'll have just a short look at the query function, which is here. So I won't delve too much into the specifics of the Hacker News API because this is really specific to the API. But the important points from here is that you can see the query function receives the query key and also the page param. And then what it does is that it destructures the query key to get all the parameters and uses those parameters plus the page param to make a custom request to the Hacker News API. And after it does the request with Axios GET, it just returns the data from the response. Okay, so moving back to stories page, you can see we call use infinite query with the query key, with the query function that we just saw, and we also pass get next page param. And what it does is it grabs the latest page, basically our latest response, and it tries to increment the page number by 1 because the Hacker News API works with pages, it's not working with cursors. So this is really all the setup that we need. And what we receive from use infinite query is a variable called status, which is the status of the query. We use it to conditionally render the content. It returns the data, the error if it's there, and also the 3 usual suspects: has next page, is fetching next page, and fetch next page, which are used for that button at the bottom of the page to load more data. And you can see here at the bottom, we got a switch statement where, depending on the value of status, we conditionally render the data. We don't display anything when it's loading. We can display an error message if we got an error. And finally here, we got the list of stories and this button, which uses has next page, is fetching next page, and the function to load more data. Okay, so now moving back to the app, I'm going to show you React Queries Dev Tools, which are accessed by this button here in the bottom left corner, though you can move its position. So this is controlled by this component here that we added to index.tsx at the root of our application. And this button, which opens the Dev Tools, will appear only in your development server. So it will not get included in your app when you do a production build, which is great. So let me just go to the main page and do a quick refresh. And now I'm going to show you what happens when you open this panel. So this panel right here is the representation of what's inside your cache at the moment. And you can see we have the query key for the first query, which is the one that loads results from the front page of Hacker News. You can see tags front page here, which controls that. Now, when we move to new, we'll see that another query has been added to the cache. And then when we move to top, we'll see that yet another query was added to the cache. So for every kind of query that we want to make, for every different query, you'll see another query key, different query key being added to the cache. But now, if we move back to the new page, you will see that actually nothing got added. Instead, the query key, which was representing the query for new posts ordered by date, was moved to the top and was actually refetched. So you can see the status of the query indicated by the color here. It could be fresh, it could be fetching, and it could be stale. And right now it's just fetch and it's stale. But if we move back to this and back to new again, you will see that it becomes blue again because it's fetching. So clicking on a query key opens this sidebar here where we can see the query key in more detail. And we also got these useful buttons where we can manually refetch the query. And we can also simulate what happens when the query is fetched for the first time with reset. So we click on it and we see all the data disappears and it's then fetched initially. So here we don't see the old data from the cache. We just see what happens when we call the query for the first time. And then we can also explore the data for the query. So because this is use infinite query, the data object contains the pages and the page params. And inside the pages, right now we have just one page, which contains the response from the Hacker News API. And here on the hits, you can see there are the individual links from Hacker News. So what we'll do now, we'll minimize those things a little bit. If we go down and we load more data, you will see how new pages actually get added to the same data set that's used for this query here. So this is a great way to see what happens under the hood. Okay, so that was the demo. Now we'll go back to the slides. Let me just go back to full screen. So the next major topic that we're going to look at is called mutations. So right now up until now, we were looking only at GET requests, which is basically fetching data. But sometimes, and pretty much oftentimes, you have to make a POST request as well. For example, adding a to-do. And for creating, updating, or deleting data on the server, React Query provides the hook called useMutation. And the example now, we'll look at it and we'll see how it works. So first, we need to define the so-called mutation function. And you can see this is just a function which receives an object that includes variables. Right now, there's just one variable called title. And it makes a POST request using the variables that we received. So this function is called add_to_do, and we pass it as the argument to the useMutation hook. And the useMutation hook returns us an object which contains the usual stuff like is loading, is error, is success, and so on, that we can use to conditionally render content, like we do here in the example. But it also contains a function called mutate, which we can call to basically invoke the mutation. So we can see we got the button here, and inside the on-click callback, we call mutation.mutate, and we pass the object containing the variables to the mutate function. So what will happen is that what we pass here gets passed here to add_to_do, and it gets used inside the Axios post. So mutations include a number of really useful side effects that we can configure by passing a second argument to useMutation. Remember, the first argument is the function that performs the mutation itself. So add_to_do is what does the POST request, basically. But then in this object here, we got these 4 optional side effects. So the first one is called onMutate, and it executes immediately, so even before the request takes place. And there we can get access to the variables that the mutate function was called with. And we can optionally return a context object that can be used in the later side effects. So second, we got the usual onError, which will get called if the mutation function gets an error. For example, if we get a response 500 from the server, or if we get like a network error, or just if add_to_do throws any sort of error. So there we get access to the error. We still have access to the variables that add_to_do was called with, and we have access to the context that was optionally returned from onMutate. Then we got a similar one, but for success, called onSuccess, and there we can access the data. So for example, this is the data that add_to_do returns. Imagine your server, you add a to-do, and the server, as a response to the POST request, returns the ID of the newly added to-do. And the function add_to_do grabs it and returns it. So here, under data, you can access this ID. Then again, as usual, you got access to the variables in the context. And for the final side effect is called onSettled, and it's basically run whenever there is an error or a success. So this basically means your mutation has ended somehow, like either with a request, either with an error or with a success. So a common thing that we might need to do is that when a mutation succeeds, there are related queries that need to be invalidated and possibly refetched to account for the changes. So for example, imagine we add a new to-do, but we also have a query that displays the list of to-dos. So we need to update the data in that query so that the new to-do shows up. And this is how we do this. We can access React Queries client using this hook called useQueryClient. And then inside the onSuccess side effect of a mutation, we can use the method called invalidateQueries to invalidate a query with a given query key. And here we use the string values. However, a nice shortcut that you can do is if you have, for example, a query key that is an array, and the first value is to-dos, and the second one is some object with configuration with parameters, if you include this code like invalidate queries with to-dos, it will invalidate all the queries whose query key starts with to-dos. So this is actually a great way to invalidate queries, and this is why we include a string value at the beginning of our array query key. And what the mutation here will do is that when it succeeds, all the queries with the query keys to-dos and reminders will be invalidated and refetched. There is, however, another way to update query data. So sometimes instead of refetching the query and wasting a network call for data that we already have, we can just update the query with the new data immediately using another method which is called setQueryData. So as you can see here, we grab the query client using the hook, and then we call use mutation, and inside it on success, what we do is that we grab the data for the newly added to-do, and we immediately put it inside the list of to-dos that is the data for our query with query key to-dos. And then the final kind of update that we can make is called an optimistic update. So an example of this is maybe Messenger, Facebook Messenger, and stuff like Slack, where you type a new message, you submit it, but you don't have to wait a few seconds for the network call to get completed in order to see your message in the chat. Your message appears immediately in the chat. However, it's not confirmed, and you might notice that in 2-3 seconds, you'll see a tick appearing next to it, or if there was like a network error, you'll see an error which says like, oops, your message wasn't sent. So you can do this kind of stuff with React Query, and now I'll show you how. The idea is that when the mutate function is called, we use the onMutate side effect, and there we snapshot the previous value using another method of the query client called getQueryData, which, as the name implies, will just return the data for a given query key from the cache. Then we optimistically update the state to the new value. So we use setQueryData to immediately add the new to-do to the list. And then we return a context object with the snapshot value, which can be used in a later side effect. And then inside the onError side effect, what we do is that if the mutation fails, we use the context return from onMutate to roll back. So we have immediately added our new to-do to the list, and then we send a request to the server. But if that request fails, we roll the update back. So you can see we just use setQueryData with the previous to-dos. Okay, so now time for the conclusion section. So the big question is, does React Query replace Redux, Recoil, or other global state managers? So to talk about this, let's start with a few important items. React Query in itself is a server-state library which is responsible for managing asynchronous operations between the server and the client, while Redux, Recoil, MobX, and so on are in essence client-state libraries that can be used to manage remote data, although inefficiently compared to a specialized tool like React Query. And what React Query does is that it replaces the boilerplate code for managing remote data in the client state with just a few lines of code. And for the vast majority of applications, the true global client state that will be left over after migrating to React Query is usually very tiny. And we will illustrate this with a small example. So here we have some global state, which is being managed by a global state library like Redux. So you can see it's an object and it has project, teams, tasks, users, team mode, and sidebar status. So when we have a look at this, the global state manager is handling 4 types of server state, which are projects, teams, tasks, and users. And we can move those server state assets to React Query, and then our remaining global state would look more like this, just team mode and sidebar status, which is actually really tiny. And this means that with just a few hook calls to use query and use mutation, we also get to remove any boilerplate code that's used to manage our server state. So we can say goodbye to connectors, we can say goodbye to chunks, to action creators, to middlewares, to reducers, dedicated states for loading success or error, and to related contexts. And with all of those things removed, you may ask yourself, Is it worth it to keep using our client state manager for this tiny global state? And that, my dear viewers, is up to you. So thank you. Thanks to all of you. So we're done. I might open the stream to see if there were any questions, but for now I think there weren't any. So I'll ask my administrator if there are any questions. So I guess this will be goodbye. So thanks to all of you. I really hope that React Query was a useful tool to see, and you definitely see that if when you start using it, you can remove tons and tons and tons of boilerplate. So see ya.
Stramed Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value. For DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt. flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations. Both at different developmental sales and centers. Or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talent. With minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Everyone, my name is Miku Gachev. I'm working on Angular at Google. Hello everyone, my name is Miku Gechev. I'm working on Angular at Google. Over the years, I've profiled hundreds of Angular applications, and I have noticed that the majority of performance challenges fit into a couple of different patterns. Today, we're going to look into these patterns and we're going to learn how to resolve them. In this video, first you'll learn how to use Angular DevTools. After that, we'll identify different performance regression patterns and learn how to resolve them. For this purpose, we'll use a simple prototype of a typical business application. At the very top of the UI, we have a bar chart. Under the chart, we have two lists of employees from organization sales and R&D departments. Each employee has a name value associated with them that goes through a heavy computation. In each of these lists, we can add new employees. As you'll see in the code, there is the foundation for implementing delete functionality as well, but for simplicity, it is not part of the UI. Remember I mentioned that the numeric value for each employee goes through a heavy computation? I have mocked this computation with the Fibonacci function to keep things simple. Notice that we've implemented pretty inefficient version of Fibonacci so that even minor performance problems can have a significant visible impact in the examples we'll explore. I implement the entire application with just two components. Employee list component, which contains the list of employees for the corresponding department and has a text input for entering new employees, and the app component, which renders two list instances of the employee list component and a bar chart at the top. Before we jump to the patterns, let us look at how we can profile an application by using Angular DevTools. Angular DevTools is a Chrome DevTools extension that you can install from the Chrome Web Store. It allows you to preview the structure of your application in the Component Explorer. For this video, we'll be primarily using the profiler. To start profiling an application, click on the Record button. As Angular performs change detection in your app, you'll see bars corresponding to the individual change detection cycles appearing in DevTools' timeline. When we select a frame from the timeline, we can preview how much time we spent on the individual components. Here we spend the majority of the change detection invocation within the mat forms field and employee list component. DevTools allows us to preview the profiler output in different formats: bar chart, tree maps, and flame graphs. The flame graph provides a hierarchical view of the component tree. When we click on a particular component, we can see how much time Angular spent on it. For example, we spent about 0.1 milliseconds on detecting changes within the employee list component. Since our application doesn't have a complicated nested structure, we'll use the default bar chart view. Now let us look at the individual patterns. We'll describe the cause of the problem, you'll learn how to identify it, and resolve it. The first pattern we're going to look into is zone pollution. Let us go back to the application and start recording with Angular DevTools' profiler. If we start interacting with the bar chart in the application, we'll see that we trigger multiple change detection cycles, each of which takes a decent amount of time. If we explore the change detection cycles, we'll see that the source of the change detection is mouse up and mouse move events. Each cycle takes more than 740 milliseconds, which significantly drops the browser's frame rate. We spent most of the time in the two instances of the employee list component, where each check takes more than 360 milliseconds. Now let us resolve this problem. The beginning of app components template is the div container where we render the bar chart. We initialize the chart in the ng on init lifecycle hook in the app component by invoking the new plot method of the plotly charging library. We pass the ID of the DOM container and the data we want to render. Given the mouse up and mouse move events that we got in the profiler, this means that probably the initialization logic of Plotly is adding these event listeners to the bars. Plotly offers a standalone library that doesn't need to interact with Angular. We can run the initialization logic outside of the Angular zone to prevent the invocation of redundant change detection cycles. Let us go to the constructor of app component and inject the ng zone. We can go back to the charge initialization logic and wrap it inside of a callback that we pass to run outside Angular. When we go back to the application and start the profiler, we'll see that interactions with the bars in the bar chart don't trigger change detections anymore. The zone pollution pattern occurs when the Angular zone wraps callbacks that trigger redundant change detection cycles. Polluting the zone happens when we run initialization logic that uses request animation frame, set timeout, or add event listener. We can identify the problem by looking for unexpected change detection cycles in the profiler output. In most cases, I have found that the reason is request animation frame. The solution is usually pretty straightforward. All you need to do is move the initialization logic outside of the Angular zone. The following pattern we'll look into is the out of bounds change detection. Let us go back to the application and enter a new employee. Notice that the experience is pretty laggy. When we start profiling, we notice two change detection cycles triggered on each character we enter. The first one is on the input event and the second one is on key down. For both events, we spent more than 380 milliseconds detecting changes in the two instances of the employee list component. Notice that even though we are typing only in the input for the sales department, we also check the R&D department. Since typing in these input changes only the view state within the sales department, detecting changes in the R&D department is redundant. Let us fix this. For this purpose, we'll update the change detection strategy of the employee list components to onPush. With onPush, Angular will trigger change detection within the component when we pass input with a new value based on an equality check. We'll use an immutable list from immutable.js to prevent mutation of the array references and also to ensure efficient structural sharing of data. Let us first change the sales and R&D department arrays to immutable lists. After that, we'll update the signatures of the add and remove methods in the app component so that they can accept immutable lists of employees. Next, we need to make sure we assign the results produced by these two methods to update the local references and pass them down the component tree to employee list component. We need the assignment because we are no longer mutating the lists. Instead, immutable.js creates new ones. Since we're now passing immutable list to the employee list component, we need to update the type of its data input. Immutable lists have size rather than a length property, so we need to update the property access in the template and set the change detection strategy to onPush. Now let us get back to the application. Notice that entering a new employee now is a little faster, even though it still looks pretty laggy. Let us fix this. We'll do this as part of the refactoring of out-of-bounds change detection. When we start typing into the input, Angular performs change detection pretty regularly. It checks the whole employee list component and reevaluates each employee's heavy computation twice, on input and on key down events, even though none of the values have changed. This happens because typing into the input triggers events that bypass the onPush change detection strategy. When an event within a component with onPush change detection strategy occurs, Angular will detect this component for changes even if it hasn't received new inputs. The problem here is that we are only changing the local state of the input, but not updating the individual employees, which means that it is safe to completely skip change detection for them. To improve the performance here, we'll refactor the component tree. Currently, the app component renders two instances of the employee list component. At the end of the section, the employee list component will use the name input component to get new employees' names and list component to render the list of employees. We'll use onPush change detection strategy for the list component, so this way events happening in the sibling component, the name input component, will not trigger any redundant reevaluations for the employees. Let us first go to the directory of the employee list component and create the name input component and the list component. As the next step, we can extract the input field from the employee list component to the template of the name input component. We can also move the corresponding styles, the label property, and the handle key method and copy the at output. Let us also remove the onInit lifecycle hook. We can use the name input component within the employee list components template, handling the at output as the next step. Now let us move the rest of the mat list part of the template to the list component. We should also carry the calculate method and remove the onInit lifecycle hook implementation because we're simply not using it. Next, let us move the Fibonacci function. We can now move the data input. Finally, we can copy the remove output. To ensure the UI looks crisp, we can move the styles associated with the list visualization to the styles of the list component. Finally, we can set the change detection strategy of the list components to onPush. Let us use the list component in the employee list components template, passing the corresponding input and handling the remove output. When we go back to the application, notice that the typing experience is without any noticeable lag. To recap, this performance problem occurs when an action that only impacts the local state of a particular component triggers change detection in unrelated parts of the component tree. We can identify the problem by inspecting the profiler's output and finding the components that are not supposed to be affected by a particular interaction. To resolve the issue, we can isolate the component which triggers frequent local state changes and set the components with expensive change detection checks to use onPush. The third pattern we're going to look at is the recalculation of referentially transparent expressions. If we have an expression in a template that could be replaced with its value when its parameters don't change, we call it referentially transparent. This means that we don't have to recalculate the expressions between change detection cycles unless their input change. Let us go back to the application and add a new employee. Notice that we got a pretty expensive change detection cycle triggered by the key down event. We dropped the browser's frame rate and Angular spent most of its change detection cycles within the list component. When we add a new employee to the sales list, we invoke the add method of the app component, which creates an immutable list. The immutable list passes the new immutable list to the list component, triggering its change detection. Angular goes through the individual employees and recalculates their numeric values, even though they didn't change. Ideally, we would want to calculate the value only for a new employee. We can improve the application's performance here with a little bit of refactoring. We can create a new pipe called calculate. Let us import the pipe decorator and set the pipe name to calculate. Here we explicitly set the pipe to be pure for readability, even though that's the property's default value. As the next step, we can implement the calculate pipe class, adding a transform method and implementing the pipe transform interface. Now let us move the Fibonacci implementation and remove the redundant calculate method from the list component. Let us add the calculate pipe to the declarations in the employee list module. Finally, we need to update the template of the list component to use the pipe rather than a method call. Notice that now we can add an employee without any visible delays. To recap, this problem occurs when Angular recalculates the same template expression repeatedly, even though they depend only on parameters that value does not change. We can identify the problem with Angular DevTools by noticing change detection cycles that don't take time proportional to the changes we made in the UI. The solution usually involves either moving a calculation to a pure pipe or caching it via memorization. The final pattern we're going to look at is large component trees. Even if we have optimized each component and don't perform redundant calculations, we can still observe frame drops if we have thousands of component instances. To show how we can improve the performance in the scenario, I added a few hundreds of employees to each list. When we add a new employee, we notice that detecting the list component for changes takes over 25 milliseconds, which causes frame drops. Improving the performance in large component trees involves making the component tree smaller. Standard techniques are on-demand rendering, such as virtualization or pagination. For our purposes, we're going to use the Angular CDK's virtual scrolling component. In the template of the list component, we will use the CDK virtual scroll viewport with item size equal to 50. And we're also going to add this class viewport so that we can style this component. Instead of using ng4 in the mat list item, we'll use the CDK virtual 4. We'll also set the height of the container to 800 pixels. And that's all. Now, when we add a new item, the change detection in the list component takes 1/5 of the time it used to take before. Keep in mind that even if you have highly optimized components and render thousands of them, their template combines could still be very expensive during change detection. You can identify this problem in Angular DevTools if you find many components that just take a fraction of the overall change detection cycle, or when there is one component with really large view that takes a lot of time to be checked. The solution involves on-demand rendering of components to trim the component tree. That's pretty much everything I had for you today. We first went through the fundamentals of using Angular DevTools, focusing on the profiler. After that, we explored 4 patterns that can help you identify and resolve common performance issues: zone pollution, out of bounds change detection, recalculation of referentially transparent expressions, and large component trees. Thank you very much for watching this video. See you next time, and happy coding!
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. You are not automating. Your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakable. Unmistakably your own. Imagine that you
part of Lab08 is a challenge, a journey. And a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Lab08 people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Lab08, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Lab08. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know. Place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did is the team is to cultivate a company culture with a friend. The environment, and of course all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for all of our customers.
Being a part of Lab08's team is like the feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo 8 is something I can easily describe. With 2 words, pure joy. Join Labo 8. We have cookies and great products.